what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants last night. And here's manager Torey Lovullo on still trying to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
The rubber match between the Diamondbacks and the Giants will start at 12:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the number one team in the East home in just 5 games, and the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105, outscoring the Nuggets by 15 in the fourth quarter. And tonight, the Knicks can close out the Jason Tatumless Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or on one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Packed Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley,
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta,
Oh, why, who's better than Ben?
and Jared Carlin.
It can only be Jared.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Vinny, do I have my console okay? Am I broadcasting? Woo!
Hey, what?
Huh? Is this thing on? I can barely contain my excitement and know it has nothing at all to do with the NFL schedule release. It has nothing to do with the college graduation of my son Cameron, which is happening tomorrow.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know this was on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm going to have 2 down, man. I am over the moon excited about the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow starting on Thursday. I know Sammy's the same way. It's so nice to have another golf dork on the show. I got to be honest with you.
First thing we ever did
The deep dive started yesterday.
Fantastic. I cannot wait to hear what you have to say about it. But before we get there, the course that they're playing at, Quail Hollow, just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, Hunter Mahan said he thinks that Quail Hollow as a golf course is very much like a Kardashian. Quote, it's very modern, beautiful, and well kept, but it lacks a soul or character, end quote. Wow. Isn't that fantastic? I don't even know if Hunter Mahan is still on the tour, but that's a good quote. Comparing a golf course to a Kardashian.
I mean, it's not a good quote if you're a Kardashian.
No, it's not. So there you go. That's
so many other jokes to be made here, but I will refrain.
Right,
I know
exactly.
I know Jarrett will as well. It's weird. Like, so you said you have a fellow golf dork on the show.
I do.
Sammy.
I do.
We know Jarrett is a wrestling dork.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure
among
out
other things.
My dorkiness. I guess me and you kind of dork out on comedy sometimes.
Yeah,
comedy,
Saturday Night Live,
pop culture stuff.
Right.
Saturday Night Live hasn't been funny since the original cast.
I will say, this is the least into Saturday Night Live I've been in a long time.
I would agree
this
with
last
you.
season or two.
My DVR records every episode. I used to like watching it on Hulu, but now that doesn't happen anymore because of Peacock. Thanks a lot. But it was great to watch it with no commercials. So I have 6 or 7 episodes piled up that I haven't watched so far.
Could there have been a more obvious layup this past week than starting with the super fans and doing the whole
the Pope,
the prayers,
Oh, that's good.
And
the prayers.
They did it. They referenced it, but they didn't do it. George Wendt is still alive.
Maybe they couldn't get the. I know Robert Smigel is.
Smigel's still alive.
He's hard to book.
Yeah, he just hangs out there anyway. But yeah,
that was truly one of the greatest skits ever.
Yeah, I know.
Super fans.
And you, as you pointed out, it was a satire, a parody, and they took it as an homage.
No, you pointed that out. That's your take, and you're right on the money about it. People in Chicago are like, "Oh, that is so flattering."
Yes.
Wow,
they love us. They get
us.
They get us.
They get us.
We're getting some representation on the screen for people like us.
The prayers.
We can relate.
The prayers. That's fantastic.
Yeah, perfect, right?
Yeah, it is. All right, so I've got a second son graduating from college. It occurred to me, I had a horrifying thought the other day. I still have to teach another child how to drive an automobile.
Good luck.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I'm struggling with this.
Yeah. I got through the first one okay.
Yeah.
I was the calm, rational parent with Brandon's process. He actually looked forward to driving with me because I wasn't a yeller.
Patrick scared the hell out of you.
He's just not that motivated to keep going. He's had his permit a couple times, and I'm getting him to the point now. We're getting him to the point now where he could just have him take a driving school.
This is the generation, you pointed it out yesterday.
Yes.
They're not motivated to do anything.
Sammy's the only one.
Jared, I'm here.
You're
I'm
motivated.
I'm right here.
Yeah, you're motivated.
Well, I mean, I kind of have that in common with this generation.
You were born ahead of your time.
I think it's for different reasons. But yeah, I have that in common.
Sammy, Mr. Motivation, what do you only have, 3 jobs now? Okay, sure.
Yeah, he's tapping out of one of them because he's, as he said earlier, he's in a negative days off cycle, and that's not good.
I'm not on the Dbacks baseball club.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Got to get a day off. Oh, that's another good thing about tomorrow. Diamondbacks get a day off.
Woo-hoo.
Oh,
Unreal.
Man. That must be speaking to them. All right,
I'll paint the town Sedona red.
Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Tuesday night started out great for the Diamondbacks in San Francisco. Did not go very well from there in a 10-6 loss to the Giants. Arizona broke out for 3 runs in the top of the first against Giants lefty Robbie Ray, but then the bats went silent while the Giants hitters woke up. Christian Koss. Yes, I made a reference to how he can just kill you on Tuesday's show. He did it again last night. Grand slam, 4-3 lead at that point off of Brandon Pfaadt in the second inning. They'd add 3 more in the 5th, highlighted by Willie Adames' 2-run shot off of D-backs reliever Juan Murillo. D-backs still unable to string together stretches of competent baseball. Have now alternated loss-win for 11 straight games. That 3-game series concludes today at Oracle Park with a matinee. Eduardo Rodriguez on the hill.
Uh-oh.
Will he be tipping pitches?
Uh-oh.
He's going for the Diamondbacks. He'll be faced by Jordan Hicks of San Francisco. First pitch, 12:45. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at noon. The big story in baseball. Wow. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list, meaning both players are now eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Rose was permanently banned from the sport in 1989. In 1991, the Hall of Fame board decided any player on the permanently ineligible list would also be ineligible for Hall of Fame induction. He's remained there ever since. Rose and Jackson's Hall of Fame future now is in the hands of the Historical Overview Committee. You want to talk about a taxing work schedule? They'll meet again in December of 2027.
Okay, this
very busy people.
This story is so bizarre to me. What is Rob Manfred doing this for?
I don't know. We're going to get into it.
All right.
There's so many tentacles on this story. Last night in the NBA playoffs, the Cleveland Cavaliers going fishing. The number 1 seed in the East ousted by the Indiana Pacers, 114-105 in Game 5 at Rocket Arena. Cavs led by as many as 19 in the first half. Squandered most of that by halftime, then got outscored 33-20 in the third quarter. Tyrese Halliburton was excellent, led the way for Indiana with 31 points, including 6 3-pointers. Pacers won all 3 games in this series on Cleveland's home court. The Cavs this year against Indiana were 0-5 in Cleveland.
Yep.
And 34-5 against everybody else.
Frauds.
Pacers move on to the Eastern Conference Finals for the second year in a row. They await the winner of the Knicks-Celtics series. In the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder rallied late to score a 112-105 win over the Denver Nuggets in a pivotal Game 5. OKC outscored Denver 34-19 in the fourth quarter and closed with a flurry. They hit their last 6 shots over the final 4 minutes of the game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 31 for OKC. Nikola Jokic went off for 44 points and 15 boards in the loss for Denver. It was the return of a MVP candidate against an MVP candidate in the playoffs. Not what we saw on Sunday.
No.
OKC leads 3-2 Game 6 in Denver tomorrow night. Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum underwent surgery for a ruptured right Achilles tendon that he suffered late in Monday night's Game 4 loss to the Knicks. The team said there's no timetable for his return, but Tatum is expected to make a full recovery. Big blow for the Celtics.
Huge blow for them. When would he return, ostensibly? Late next season at earliest? Or do you think he's gone all of a year?
I think it depends on how that season would
that's
go.
a good point.
Because if the Celtics are facing a teardown, I mean,
good
there's
point.
a lot of questions in the air. Tonight, Tatum Celtics facing elimination. They're down 3-1, hosting the Knicks at TD Garden. That game gets rolling at 4 o'clock on TNT. Then in Minneapolis, the Timberwolves trying to end the season of the Golden State Warriors. 6:30 tip-off in that one, also on TNT. The full 2025 NFL schedule will be released tonight in a primetime television event starting at 5 o'clock on NFL Network. We will learn the slate of Cardinals games for their 38th season in the Valley. Can you believe it? According to reports and leaks, the Cardinals will host the Seattle Seahawks at State Farm Stadium for Thursday Night Football.
Oh, boy.
On Amazon Prime. As for Arizona's other 16 games, we'll pass along any leaks that spring between now and 10 a.m. Elsewhere, Thanksgiving Day, we don't know who the Lions are going to play in the early Fox game, but we'll get Kansas City in Dallas to take on the Cowboys on the CBS game, and the nightcap on NBC will feature Tampa Bay at the Rams. So shaping up to be a pretty good Thanksgiving Day slate. Elsewhere in the NFL, Cincinnati defensive end Trey Hendrickson met with reporters Tuesday during the team's offseason workout and opened up about his contract dispute. The All-Pro is seeking a long-term deal. He's entering the final year of his contract. He also said he received a text message from head coach Zach Taylor saying that he'd be fined if he missed the Bengals' mandatory minicamp in 4 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Hendrickson said Tuesday he will not play for Cincinnati on his current contract. I've got no dog in the fight here. I think both sides are mishandling this absolutely terribly. Trey Hendrickson, he's coming off as whiny now.
A little bit.
Yeah. He was talking to reporters during the workout while he was in street clothes, dressed as an MLB umpire for some reason.
Oh, boy.
There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, May 14th. Coming up next, it is NFL schedule release day. We'll give you the latest leaks and what we hope to see for the Cardinals next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first. That's in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
Dbacks at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do you know Chapman BMW now home to the ultimate electric driving machine? Yep, and if you want to break away from the gas pump for good, go check out their great, stunning array of electric vehicles. In fact, they have got a smoking hot deal right now on a 2025 i4 eDrive 40. Beautiful vehicle. You can get that for just $499 a month, and at Chapman BMW, you can get finance rates as low as 2.99% on select models. Lots of great great things happening at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. You'll feel the difference the minute you walk into either of their locations. And once you buy from Chapman BMW and become part of the family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care from that point going forward. Finally, you also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Find what you like, take a test drive, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures you're going to get the best deal you're going to find in the state of Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The NFL schedule is set to release today, and we're excited about it. Who will the Cardinals be playing and when? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Back to pass goes Dalton on first down. Fires over the middle. The ball is tipped into the air and it's picked off at the 30-yard line. Running left to the 20. Marco Wilson to the 10. He high steps and then he does a flip into the end zone for the touchdown. Marco Wilson with a pick 6 and the Cardinals take the lead 20-14.
Dave Patch on the call. Marco Wilson, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Why in the world am I playing a Marco Wilson?
Wow.
Touchdown highlight from 3 years ago to start today's show. That was the last time the Arizona Cardinals appeared on Thursday Night Football, Bick.
Wow.
This year.
Yeah.
We're getting leaks.
So we're getting a Thursday night football game is what we're getting.
Yes.
And it's against the Seattle Seahawks. These do not generally turn out well for the Cardinals.
No.
They're 0-3 against the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football.
Is that all?
That's it. It feels like it could be worse, right?
And also, 2022, I believe, was the last year where every team had to play a Thursday night, right?
It used to be a requirement that Thursday night was the playground for all the teams. Teams that didn't get on to prime time.
Monday night, Sunday night.
Guaranteed a Thursday night game.
And plus, it was to make it fair with the schedule, the short weeks and stuff. Once they were able to choose how they wanted to go, the Cardinals were no longer in the mix.
Well, the Cardinals that year also were coming off a good season where they made the playoffs. So that year they had the Thursday night against the Saints. They had a Monday night game against San Francisco. They had a Monday night game against the Patriots, which is, of course, when Kyler Murray blew out the knee. Those primetime games did not go well in 2022.
No.
I mean, they won the Saints game, but if you remember correctly, Bick, that was the Kyler Murray, Cliff Kingsbury calm the bleep down game.
Oh.
Kind of the beginning of the end for Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. That's interesting. We know this about the Cardinals' schedule before we even know the sequencing of the games. We already know their opponents, quite obviously. We also know that based on winning percentage of opponents, this is one of the easier schedules on paper in the NFL. I think it's 5th easiest in the NFL. So they got that going for them, which is nice.
Yeah, it's the luck of the draw when you get the divisional matchups and those freestanding games. I think there's 2 freestanding games. They play other third-place teams from other divisions is how that matches up the formula that the NFL uses. So, yeah, this is a favorable schedule, at least on paper, even though we went through just by opponents, wins and losses. I'd never tried to do that before. The sequential order of the schedule was out. It's a little harder to do because the sequence means something.
It locked me up.
Yeah,
I couldn't do
it either.
We got halfway through that exercise yesterday, and I'm like, my brain can't do this.
And we came up, I mean, as half-assed as we did that.
Yeah.
We came up with 8 wins for the Cardinals.
Yeah, right.
I really hope it's more than an 8-win season.
How about this, though? This is going to be a bad year, in my opinion, for football fans locally who want to use Cardinal football tickets to make profit.
Yeah.
Their home games are Atlanta, Carolina, Jacksonville, Tennessee. Now, those are the non-divisional home games. Green Bay is the only one where people are going to get fat.
Oh, yeah.
But those other ones, good luck with that.
You know what that means, though? That stadium on Green Bay Sunday is going to be all green.
It's going to be.
It's going to smell like cheese.
It will. That's going to be a bad scene. I wonder if the Cardinals. We talked to Michael Bidwell about this. I wonder if the Cardinals are really going to seriously try to kind of get their fan base inside the guardrails a little bit. Now, there are ways you can do this. I've read about this. There are teams that you can monitor how many times a season ticket holder is selling their tickets. And if you find a season ticket holder selling a preponderance of the home games, you revoke their right to be a season ticket holder. Now, you've got to be in the right headspace of an owner to do it. You probably have to have a waiting list of people who want season tickets. Otherwise, you're turning away business, and owners don't normally do that. But there are ways you can conduct yourself in situations like this. I'll tell you a quick story. So when I went to Augusta National, I was gifted tickets from a friend of mine who's a volunteer at Augusta National, right? So every year he gets the ability to buy tickets, and he, gives them out to close friends, and it's a great time. But Augusta National is very, very skeptical of the people that work for them and buy tickets because they have zero tolerance policy when it comes to resale. So if you try to sell tickets to Augusta, it's funny when you're there. People do it. They do it on the DL like you wouldn't believe, because if Buford T. Justice gets a hold of you down there, you're in jail. So one of the people who were gifted tickets, what they were doing this year is all the people who were gifted tickets from people who work at Augusta, some of them were pulled off in a room and just interviewed. Like, who are you? And they were trying to root out if any of the people working for them were taking advantage of the position by scalping tickets on the secondary market. And they thought, and my friend would never do that, but there were people out there that got busted on it. So my point is if you really want to try to control what your crowd looks like and the temperament of your crowd, and are these the kind of fans you want in your building, you can do it.
The best way to do it is to consistently win.
Well, there
home.
is that.
I mean,
there is that.
horse left the barn a long time ago.
Right.
So I look, we get to have Michael Bidwell in studio every year for Newsmakers Week, and that subject always comes up, and we know that is very important to him, to try to have those guardrails up, to keep it to Cardinals fans. But like I said, we're going into 38 years of the Cardinals being in Arizona, and it's something they've always battled. And it really, I mean, it's better than it was in the early Sun Devil Stadium days. But how do you pull the reins back in other than just being a juggernaut and winning a couple of championships?
Yeah. Well, again, it's you've got to implement a system where fans have to go through a service to resell the tickets, and then you can monitor how often your fans are selling those tickets. It takes a lot of effort. You really have to be committed to it. What you said is the most easiest way to do it. Just produce a kick-ass football team. And then you'll get Cardinal fans who want to show up. We know it because we've seen it. Bruce Arians, Carson Palmer, Larry Fitzgerald, they prove that.
But I can guarantee you now with this schedule leak that's already appeared, Week 4, Seahawks in Glendale, guess what? There's Seahawks fans on travel sites right now making plans to come here.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're right. That's what?
Make a long weekend
that's
out of
early
it.
October. Going from Seattle to Phoenix for a long weekend.
That'll probably be late September, won't it? Week 4, because they start like the first week of September, so I think that'll be the last week of September. Yeah, they'll make a long weekend out of it. Spend your money. It's National Water Safety Month. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy, text SWIM to 620-620. Coming up next, why can't the Diamondbacks just win 2 games in a row? We'll explore it next in D-Backs Daily. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night and where he plays in the field. And we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third?
We like him better at third.
Where does he project to? You say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first.
So good.
And making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games last night in their 10-6 loss to the Giants, and they're still trying to find some consistency. The rubber match between the two today will start at 12:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose, which now makes him eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the #1 team in the East home in just 5 games, and the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105 and outscoring them by 15 in the fourth quarter. Tonight, the Knicks can close out the Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us, online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs looking for back-to-back wins for the first time since April 30th and May 1st when they did it in New York against the Mets. Game 2 of 3 in San Francisco against the Giants. Another good pitching matchup featuring Robbie Ray, the former Diamondback. You know, it's the first time he's ever started a game against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
I read that, and I had to research it because it didn't register.
Well,
it's absolutely true.
How about the fact that the Giants are now 9-0 in games he starts?
Well, you gave away the
I'm sorry. Spoiler alert.
Brandon fought on the mound for the Diamondbacks. D-backs got to work immediately on Ray with 1 out in the first. Corbin Carroll singled to center. Randall Grichuk followed with a single of his own, sending Carroll to third. Runners on the corners for Gino Suarez.
Now a swing and a rocket towards the left field corner. That is down, and that's going to roll all the way to the wall. Carroll scores. Grichuk held at third, and Suarez into second with an RBI double.
Yeah, D-backs on the board, just 4 batters into the game, 1-0. Chris Garagiola on the call. Josh Naylor, the next hitter, with an opportunity to tack on. And guess what?
First pitch, ground ball up the middle. That's into center field, a base hit. Grichuk scores. Suarez rounding third. The throw from Lee is late, and it's 3-0 Diamondbacks, courtesy of Josh Naylor.
And D-backs up quickly, but they could not add more. Jordan Lawler, in his first plate appearance of the year, grounded out 5-3 to end the inning. Fought, would walk leadoff hitter Mike Yastrzemski to lead off the bottom of the first, but then responded by inducing groundouts from San Francisco's 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Fott would not be so effective in the second inning, however. Wilmer Flores singled. Fott immediately responded by walking Willy Adames. Later in the inning, with the bases loaded and 1 out, Christian Koss steps in. Who?
Here's the 0-1. Koss swings, hits it high and deep out to left field. Gurriel going back at the track, out of room. The 2 walks costly as Koss gets his first career Major League home run. And it goes for a grand slam to give the Giants a 4-3 lead.
Good way to get your first home run, a grand slam off Fott, 4-3 at that point. Meanwhile, Ray settled down. He had a string of 8 straight D-backs hitters set down between the second and fourth innings. Fott lasted only 4 innings, threw 95 pitches in the process. Oof. Juan Murillo came in for the 5th. He struck out Jung-Hoo Lee before walking Flores on 4 pitches. That brought up Willy Adames.
And Murillo, he fires. Adames rips it to deep left field. Gurriel's hustling back. It is gone. A squeaker over the left center field wall. Adames with his 5th homer of the season. His 2nd home run of the night for the Giants. And they now take a 6-3 lead.
Yeah, the lead ballooned to 3, but Murillo not out of the soup. He allowed singles to Lamont Wade Jr. and Koss while facing Yastrzemski. Murillo uncorked a wild pitch that scored Wade. That made it 7-3. It would stay that way until the 7th. Corbin Carroll leading off against lefty reliever Kyle Harrison.
The 2-0. Carroll swings, sends a high fly ball out to deep left center field. Way back it goes, and that one is gone! Corbin Carroll, another home run, his 14th. He's got 3 in the last 2 days. And the D-backs pull one back. It's now 7-4.
The man's a menace. Unfortunately, he's always leading off innings. Down 7-4, still in favor of the Giants. No follow-up. Grichuk, Suarez, Naylor all went down in order. D-backs had a golden opportunity in the 8th against reliever Camilo Doval. With 1 out, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. singled. Lawler drew a walk, and Tim Tawa of Power singled to left to load the bases for Ketel Marte, who did not exactly show a patient approach at the plate.
First pitch, Ketel, ground ball right back to Doval. Throws to the plate. There's one on the first double play. Brutal. Absolutely brutal that time.
Yeah, double play killed the inning and any remaining comeback hopes. Joe Mantiply in for the 8th inning, and you know what that means? The Giants' advantage got multiplied. Yastrzemski had a 1-out double with 2 outs in first base. Open Mantiply intentionally walked Elliot Ramos. That brought up Jung-Ho Lee.
2 on for the Giants. They lead by 3. 1-2 is hit towards the right field corner. It is deep. It is gone. A 3-run home run by Jung-Hoo Lee. And he has put this one out of reach as the Giants take a commanding 10-4 lead.
Yeah, 10-4 at that point. Josh Naylor added a cosmetic 2-run shot with 2 outs in the 9th, but that's the way it would end. 10-6 Giants, another day without stringing together 2 back-to-back victories.
Right.
And
it's the Jekyll and Hyde persona of this baseball team. One day they play a really crisp game, and then after the game, Torey Lovullo will rave about how we do the little things, and that's what we do, and we're really good. And then the next day they kind of revert to being sloppy and first pitch hitting, and they're having a hard time getting elevation. That's for certain.
The opposite of crisp is soggy. Right?
Right.
So we'll call it, they played a soggy game last night. And then when they play a soggy game, Torey Lovullo says stuff like this.
Get a rhythm. I agree with that. And that's really disappointing to me because we need to start to play really consistent night after night. And I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here. But we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
Yeah, I'll go back to the 8th inning. Mm-hmm. It was still a 3-run deficit at that point, but you've got arguably your best player up to the bat with the bases loaded, and Doval was all over the place in that inning. He was having difficulty throwing strikes, and I know he threw a strike to Marte to begin the at bat, but what is that approach? I just don't
it's not. It's just overly aggressive, is what it is. There are players, like I said, you know this from covering baseball. There are players who are who always swing at the first good pitch they see because there's a fear of striking out. You don't want to get into a negative deficit in the count. But at the same time, the best hitters find a way to capitalize on situations. And a situation like that with a pitcher who has been all over the place, maybe you make him throw a strike first. Yeah, it's a bad look.
Work the count a little bit because if he gets into a hitter's count, he's probably going to be desperate to throw an even meatier pitch on 3-1 or 2-1, something like that.
I'm going to say this. A couple things about watching the Diamondbacks the last couple of days. I cannot begin to say how gorgeous Oracle Park in San Francisco is. That place is just mint. In terms of the look of a baseball stadium, from the Coke bottle in left field to the bay,
to the giant glove.
It is a gorgeous venue. Number 2, the Jung-Hoo Lee fans wearing the fire wigs. I need a fire wig, Jarrett. Get me a fire wig. I will wear it every day when I deliver the blast. Get me a fire wig. We need a fire wig in the studio.
I did get a kick out of the exchange between Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly about the said fire wig. Because it did bring back memories of the Heat Miser from whatever that Christmas special was. And Berthiaume has like an encyclopedic memory for 80s stuff. And he may as well have been speaking a foreign language to Bob Brenly. It was hilarious. Going back to Ketel Marte, 11 games since he returned. In the 11 games he's played in, the Diamondbacks are 4-7. He's hitting 171, slugging 457, 6 hits, 3 of those are home runs, but he's also grounded into 5 double plays, including that one, which could have been a real killer. Now, I'm not saying it's his fault they lost the game, but you expect more from one of your top players.
Yeah, exactly. When you get situations like that, you need to deliver if you're a star baseball player. Yeah. I would agree with you. I mean, that's kind of Shohei's calling card, right? When it's a big moment, he always seems to deliver.
Seems to.
Yeah.
And look, starting pitching, 3-run lead for Brandon Pfaadt. He was not good.
No.
I felt like we were in 3-ball counts pretty much all day. And like I said, with offense coming out in the first like that, that's go time to get ahead, put guys away, and we didn't do that.
95 pitches in 4 innings, so he was in a ton of 3-ball counts. 54 pitches in the first 2 innings for Brandon Pfaadt. That is not a recipe for success at all.
No, and it's ironic in which on a night when he was really struggling with his command, the one pitch that he said he executed perfectly ended up over the fence and cost his home run. So... yeah, it's the up and down nature of a baseball team can be very, very frustrating. And that's kind of been with this team. This is what's 10 straight days now, you said?
11.
Yeah, 11 straight days. Alternating wins and losses.
What does that mean for the gamblers? Sammy, does that mean bet the house on the Diamondbacks today on the money line?
Erod on the mound.
Oh, and yeah. Never mind.
In San Francisco. You know, there's some value in the Snakes tonight.
Well, listen, they really need to start winning series. I think it's 1-7 in their last 8.
Yeah.
Or 1-6 with 1 split.
Yeah, they split with the Dodgers.
They split with the Dodgers, yeah.
Well, in winning this game, going home, you have an off day, the morale would be nice, you win a series, and then you get the Rockies coming to town, which...
good point.
Ideally, you can take those 3 games, and then all of a sudden you have some momentum, and then going into another... tougher patch of the schedule.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. In that context, today's game kind of significant for the Diamondbacks.
Yep. Could a roster overhaul be coming to the Eastern Conference's #1 seed? And is the belief back in OKC? Back! We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Back!
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Parker & Sons is absolutely fantastic in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the form of a flooded bathroom, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. Incredibly impressive. But they're also great at preventative stuff that can really help you and the life of your home. Like for now, with triple-digit temperatures here, this is a great time to get prepped up for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. And An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a ton of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills, up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, prevent breakdowns, and it also gives you peace of mind, which is really important because the last thing you want to deal with in the middle of the summer is to wake up one day and your AC isn't working. Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space, fixing your most valuable asset. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Look, we're talking about 8 more wins for an NBA championship. The league is wide open this year. There are a lot of great teams, but it's wide open. We've just got to keep believing. We got a great group of guys who have committed to one another. We have a formula that works for us when we really are steadfast about sticking with it. And we play an efficient, clean game. And so, we got some time to rest up a little bit, and we'll see whether it's New York or Boston.
I mean, I've been doing this 8 years, and I've been in the same round 8 years. These things aren't easy. Just when you think you've gotten somewhere, there's another level. We took a step, but we didn't take 2. We took 1. And getting beat down like this, and y'all are going to write some about us, man. And that's going to be fuel for everybody. Y'all going to say a lot of y'all are. And that's what it takes. I've been here.
Is that encouraging them to write the bleep?
That sounds like world-class deflection to me.
Yeah.
Like we just put together a great regular season, flamed out in the postseason, had guys who couldn't bring themselves to play through injuries, and who were overwhelmed by the willpower of Tyrese Halliburton. You're going and blaming the media now? Come on, give me a break.
That was Donovan Mitchell of Cleveland on the losing end of things last night. That was preceded by Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, talking about the wide-open playoffs. Didn't expect that to be a storyline this year, but he's right.
Yeah.
It is wide open. The Celtics might be done by tonight. The Cavaliers, the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, already done. The Pacers match up really well with the New York Knicks. That could be a great series in the Eastern Conference Finals. Oklahoma City asserted itself last night. But the Cleveland part, I think, is the most interesting part right now. And that is a lot of it because of Donovan Mitchell. He said, I'm 8 years into this, never been past this round. When does it start to fall on Donovan Mitchell's shoulders? And I know he played through injury and gutted it out last night. Had a very inefficient 35-point game where he shot 21 free throws. It was a hard watch.
Most of that series was. I really had a hard time sinking my teeth into the Cavs and the Pacers. I'm not going to lie.
And Evan Mobley was Evan Mobley, 24 points, 11 rebounds. Darius Garland, I know he wasn't right throughout, and there was so much camera attention paid to him running around the court just trying to get loose with that foot injury. But he absolutely looked disinterested in the second half of that game. And now you start to wonder. And I told you I had sent a text message to a buddy about the Cavaliers like 6 weeks ago and said, this team gives me 2022 Suns vibes. Suns,
right on the money.
That year won 64 games. They got eliminated in the second round of the playoffs because they didn't have that dog in them.
They're missing something.
They are.
And so the question really becomes, what do they do about it? Would Kevin Durant solve the Cavaliers' problems? Would he want to go to Cleveland?
That would be a perfect comparison then to the 2021 Suns. They went 2022 Suns.
Yeah.
Then I heard an NBA analyst yesterday speculate, would LeBron James look at the Cleveland situation and say, that's where I'm going to go to end my career? I don't know what LeBron James' state of happiness or lack of happiness. There was a minute where it felt like he and Luka were going to be best buddies, BFFs. And then by the end of the season, it was a much different vibe.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way.
It felt that way to me.
Didn't go very smooth. I mean, they won one playoff game with that combo healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
On the other end of it, the Indiana Pacers, I got to tell you, what they win 50 games? They were an afterthought. And I know there was a lot of reference made to some of the critiques of the Pacers early in the season and Tyrese Halliburton getting off to a slow start. That team didn't make many changes, significant changes for this year. And they've got a bunch of playoff performers on the team. Halliburton can be unbelievable. Turner hit the dagger three.
He did.
To kind of close it out. Aaron Nesmith and Andrew Nembhard are absolute pests. That's the kind of guys you need to have to succeed in the playoffs, and they're playing their roles to the hilt right now. That is an intriguing basketball team.
Well, listen, they are certainly connected, and we know what connected teams are. They're dangerous.
I vaguely remember that.
And Tyrese Halliburton, he's just got that. He's got that it. He's got that something about him where in close, he's got some of that Jalen Brunson in him, where when it gets really thick, he just finds a way to produce. You know,
they made the Eastern Conference Finals last year, which I had totally forgotten.
They're criminally underrated.
Yeah,
they really, really are.
Well, because there was so much anticipation of a Knicks-Celtics Eastern Conference Final last year, and the Knicks just ran into the injury buzzsaw.
That's it.
And the Pacers took care of business.
Yep.
But now we're going to get probably that series rematch, Knicks-Pacers, one round later with improved health for the Knicks. I think it's going to be a great series.
It's going to be fantastic. And it's when you take a look at the New York Knicks, they're sort of like the NBA's darling right now. They're the best story of the postseason. I don't think most of basketball fans would want anything to do with the Pacers in the NBA Finals. There's a reason why no one on the hot take shows have said a word about the Pacers all year long. Look at the hot take shows right now. Did you know that, by the way? Lakers are in search of a head strength and conditioning coach. There's actually a job advertised on the Lakers website. It pays $200,000 to $250,000 a year.
I'm surprised ESPN's not. There's not a QR code to scan and submit your resume right on ESPN.
But for ESPN to be talking about the Lakers in search of a head strength and conditioning coach on the morning when the Pacers have pulled off a huge upset, if you will, that tells you everything you need to know about the coverage of the NBA.
Fear not. Pat McAfee's got the Pacers angles covered since he's doing a show from Indianapolis.
That's true. That's a good point.
Oklahoma City took a 3-2 series lead. Much better game than what we saw Sunday in that series, but back and forth at the end. You had both of the MVP candidates in SGA and Nikola Jokic just going, matching each other basket for basket. But Oklahoma City had more shot makers at the end. They take the 3-2 series lead going back to Denver for Game 6. Here's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
For me, first and foremost, winning is the end-all, be-all. That's why I play basketball, and I know that across the locker room. So whatever it takes to get that done is what our minds is on, and it's not just me, it's not just coach, it's not just Sam. It's across the locker room, and I think that's why we've been able to win basketball games this year. Now we all know that we can't get ahead of ourselves, and we got to play the play in front of us. If we want to get there, we can't skip those steps, and that's what we focus on.
Yeah, SGA last night for Oklahoma City finished with 31 points, 12 of 23, one of his better games of this series, 7 assists, 2 steals, 2 block shots, but he had help. Lou Dort made shots. Jalen Williams made a big 3, and that's where the difference was. It was basically, in my opinion, Jokic and Murray against Oklahoma City. Michael Porter Jr. continues to be a confounding player to me.
He certainly
I know
is.
He's playing through injury. He had 2 points last night.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets bench, which is a weakness for that team, they went 3 for 13, Westbrook, Watson, and Strawther. They got no contributions from the bench. Oklahoma City should win this series, and it should be a real, I don't know, shine the spotlight on Denver and the way that they've handled that roster over the last 2 seasons after winning a championship is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, listen, I don't understand at all how a man with as much money as Stan Kroenke has, why they run the Nuggets the way they do, especially in a championship window. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And especially when you mentioned championship window, not even that, you have the best player on the planet, and he will be the best player on the planet for 2 to 3, maybe 4 more years. He's kind of reaching that peak, and he's a bigger guy, and you've seen him wear down. The fact that they're not maximizing everything that they can around him blows my mind.
Completely.
Yep. Coming up next, a major development in one of the most talked about sports radio stories over the last 3 decades. Is Pete Rose going to the Hall of Fame? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pizza. You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Lowe's knows a thriving yard starts with quality care. Right now, get Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Was $4.58. Plus, get a free Select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower with the purchase of a Select Ego 56-volt mower. The best yard starts with the best deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/14, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled last night again to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants. And here's manager Torey Lovullo on them still trying to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
The rubber match today is at 12:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the number one seed Cavs 114-105 last night, sending them home in just 5 games. And the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105 and outscoring them by 15 in the fourth quarter. Tonight, the Knicks can close out the Jason Tatumless Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight as well. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which team do we want to see Walter Nolan make his Arizona Cardinals debut against? We'll preview the big NFL schedule reveal at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I don't believe there's anything new that I'm aware of. Ultimately, from our standpoint, really what we do is wait to see ultimately if the commissioner decides to ever remove somebody from the permanently ineligible list, they go on one of our ballots. But we have no indication that's coming, and that's not to say it is or it isn't. I have not heard anything along those lines of what you're suggesting.
That is the voice of Josh Rawitch, who is the president of the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, worked a long time with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was on this very show last July. We had both watched a documentary, the latest documentary on Pete Rose, and it's kind of a skin-crawling adventure.
Cringy, yeah.
Very cringy, but a lot of it focused on Pete Rose late in life, his efforts to get reinstated and make it to the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Pete Rose passed away during those pursuits. And yesterday, this was July. Now we're 10 months removed, not quite 10 months removed from those comments from Josh Rawitch, said, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Well, yesterday it happened. Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and 14 other individuals from baseball's permanently ineligible list. So that means for Rose and Jackson specifically, the guys with the best baseball resumes, they are now eligible for induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Right.
After all of these years, after Pete Rose spent, 30 plus years, yes, lying about it, but also pursuing his spot in Cooperstown. Here we are.
Well, listen, Ken Rosenthal wrote a lengthy piece on how did this happen? How did Rob Manfred suddenly reverse course on Pete Rose so dramatically? And he highlights a meeting with President Trump, who has been a big supporter of Pete Rose. And that meeting with Rob Manfred has caused people to wonder, did the president threaten baseball's antitrust exemption? Were there things where Rob Manfred thought, I better play ball on this one? Either way, Pete Rose is now eligible for the Hall of Fame. It's a two-step process now. There's a committee, the historical, what is it called? Whatever this first committee is, the historical overreach or oversight committee, they're, according to Ken Rosenthal, they are expected to rubber stamp this. Then it goes to a 16-member committee that's going to vote on whether Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. I have always believed that as somebody who absolutely adored Pete Rose as a child, I've always believed Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, but everything should be on the plaque. Everything should be transparent. As a baseball player, 4,256 hits, whatever it was, all-time hit king, but asterisk, 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 and use it as a cautionary tale. This is a museum. This is not the Vatican. This is not sacred ground. This is a museum.
So do you believe the same for the steroid guys?
I do.
Those guys aren't permanently banned either. They're not on the ineligible list.
Well, I just mean the idea that, if they get in, just put everything on the plaque.
That's what I would do. I mean, and you don't have to make it a Hall of Shame kind of wing, but I think you just have to be transparent about it.
That's what I always come back to in this whole debate, and I have for years and years. And yes, there's been some fluctuation over the years. But the bottom line, and this is kind of the way the documentary ended, can you tell the story of Major League Baseball completely without mentioning the contributions of Pete Rose?
No.
Can you do it without mentioning the contributions of Barry Bonds?
No.
Or Shoeless Joe Jackson? Or Roger Clemens? Or Sammy Sosa?
Roger Clemens! Hold on. Let's riff on that for a second. You're talking about baseball's all-time hit king and all-time home run leader. And where are they?
The guy who's won the most Cy Youngs.
Now, what's interesting is, so we, after I watched episode 2 of that Pete Rose documentary, and the lawyer was so optimistic and Pete Rose was so optimistic, I came in here and I said, we got to book a baseball guest because this might be happening for Pete Rose. And I think we got Buster Olney on, and he said, it ain't happening. It's never happening. And then then the end of the series happened, and it felt and looked different at that point in time.
It felt like there was actually some progress. Here's Tim Kirkjian, ESPN baseball insider, one of the good guys in the sport, and a Hall of Fame voter.
If I were on the committee today, I would walk into the room thinking that I am going to vote for Pete Rose and then listen to everyone in that room and perhaps make another determination. But today's ruling from Major League Baseball essentially said to me that Pete Rose has served his time.
And then there's the whole question of whether or not posthumously is the right way to do things.
You know how I feel about that. It's one of the. It bothers me to no end. But Pete Rose is even on record. He knew that he was not going to get in the Hall of Fame while alive. That was made very, very clear to him. But his daughter has been an advocate for him. And I think that they kind of were able to change Rob Manfred's viewpoint, but Rob Manfred also made it very clear, I've done this, but I have nothing to do with whether he gets in the Hall of Fame, which is also kind of cowardly.
Yeah, Mike Wilbon from ESPN shared these thoughts on the posthumous portion of all of this.
I find myself just not giving a damn. It's like, Pete Rose is dead. He's dead. Fascinating, often crude character who we always loved talking to. Always. And we can't even get a reaction from Pete Rose because, once again, Pete Rose is dead. Shoeless Joe has been dead almost 75 years. I don't know how long Eddie Seacott, now I'm going back to the 1919 White Sox because that sort of resonates with the kid from the South side of Chicago. But, Tony, they're dead. What's the hot take that we're supposed to have about this now?
It smacks of like justice for a murder victim. It's soothing for the family and the loved ones of the individual involved.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
And the family could rest knowing that Pete Rose and his lifetime quest to get into the Hall of Fame, despite all of his missteps, despite all of his
being a disgusting, horrible human being,
behavior, basically, he'll be inducted. Well, now the way this works is that with the ballots, Hall of Fame voting process for players is not considered by Baseball Writers Association of America, such as Rose and Jackson, who have never appeared on a Hall of Fame ballot because they had been banned. It includes two eras, the contemporary baseball era, which is 1980 to present, and the classic baseball era, pre-1980. The voting periods for those players who fall into those categories are already set. And again, it's not a very quick-moving process. December of 2025, the player ballot for the contemporary era will be held. December 2026, contemporary era ballot for managers, executives, and umpires. And then 2027, the classic era ballot for players, managers, executives, and umpires. So this could be still a long, drawn-out process.
Yeah, and how the voters are going to react to this, a lot of the baseball writers hold steadfast against. They've been holding steadfast against players of the steroid era. That is quite certain, right?
Yes.
And the charges against Pete Rose. Listen, one of the most cringy things about that Pete Rose documentary was at the end of it, you forgot about those accusations that he had relations with a 15-year-old.
That was out there. That was part of it.
Yeah, bad dude is what Jared Carlin said, and he's right. Great baseball player. He was a larger-than-life figure in the 70s, even in the late 60s. He was everything that was good about baseball at one point in time. He was just beyond revered in Cincinnati, and it all got away from him. This is also coming at a time when all sports leagues have really kind of linked up with the legalized gambling initiative. And there's a lot of people who believe something is going to happen, and I'm one of them, that there's going to be a cataclysmic event in one of these sports of a major player throwing a game, and all hell is going to break loose.
Yeah, and I see that side of it, and I don't disagree with you on the last thing you said, but I also I can't say, well, everybody bets on everything now, and it's all legal, and Major League Baseball's in bed with all these sports books. That doesn't make what Pete Rose did back in the day before any of it was even thought to be legal okay.
No. Other than it's to say, it's like saying our mindsets have changed. We no longer look at gambling the way we once did, so we're going to go back and re-adjudicate the past. I'm with you. It's a very, very strange development in Major League Baseball.
Coming up next, what should the future hold for Devin Booker and the Suns? And we'll give you the latest on the team's head coaching search. That is straight ahead here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Listen, I think so much of the time, somebody who hits an awful lot of home runs and drives in runs, I mean, let's face it, that is your MVP right there.
I'm trying to put the stats together as you're talking, so I have some of them, okay, just for the case of Corbin Carroll. Number 3 in the National League in runs, number 2 in home runs, number 2 in hits, number 1 in triples, number 8 in RBIs, number 1 in total bases.
That puts him
pretty
squarely right in the conversation of MVP.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It wasn't that long ago, guys like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all traveled to Europe during their off seasons, and we in the media wondered, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get in America? Well, they were going for the wonders of non-surgical regeneration because those treatments were not available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the leader in this exciting new field, which can help you avoid surgery, as they did with me and my torn meniscus, and can dramatically help you if you're dealing with joint pain of any kind. In fact, QC Kinetics helping people all over America get real lasting pain relief by using highly concentrated healing properties from your own body that target, restore, and repair damaged joint tissue. And the patient satisfaction reports are amazing, including Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with his joint pain. So if you've got pain due to injury or arthritis, get a free consultation at QC Kinetics. Find out if this remarkable option can work for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona Sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
For a guy like Cooper Flagg, I think he needs reps. I think he needs a lot of room to grow. I'm not sure championship aspirations right away for him. Now, look, the basketball part of me loves the thought of AD, Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively in the backcourt, right? But when I look at the value, could you potentially package something like this to get a Giannis? Could you package in a one-on-one trade to get a Devin Booker? Could you get a Tyrese Maxey? If your championship window is in 2 to 3 years, could you utilize that pick and some assets to get somebody who's ready to contribute to you right now with the pressure in the West?
It's Jay Williams from Get Up on ESPN. There's some iRacing stuff in there. A one-on-one deal, the number one pick for Devin Booker, Tyrese Maxey, or Giannis. I mean, one of those makes sense.
One of those makes sense.
No offense to Tyrese Maxey
or Devin Booker, but they're not doing that.
I'm not trading the number one overall pick in a draft with Cooper Flagg for either one of those guys.
No.
Sorry.
No.
There's one guy on the planet that you would consider it for.
Yeah.
And his name is Giannis.
Yeah, listen, if you were, and we talked about this earlier before the show began today, if in a dream world that was offered to the Phoenix Suns, you would have to say thank you and farewell to Devin Booker. I don't think there's a, do you agree or do you disagree?
If the Mavericks
called and said, hey, listen, we really love Devin Booker, would you take the number one draft pick and then all these other bits to add up to his salary? Would you do it? I'd do it.
I would do it.
You have to, because of the young
how I
and
feel
the
about
future.
Devin Booker. He's my favorite Suns player ever.
Of course.
But they're facing a really, really long period of mediocrity at best.
Yeah.
Without a massive shakeup.
So here's what's interesting to me. So Devin Booker is eligible for and expected to be given a 2-year, $149.8 million extension this summer. He's eligible for it. I saw a Suns fan yesterday on social media say, we're going to find out what matters to Devin Booker, because if he really cares about the Suns and he really wants this team to win, given its limitations and given how little flexibility they have and given their position in the second apron, he should not take that extension. And I thought to myself, that's an interesting take.
Remember what I said yesterday about the nature of Suns fans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this extent, but here's what the interesting thing about this is. So as I understand it, maybe I'm wrong. This extension, this 2-year that would be added to his contract, would keep Devin Booker signed and locked down until the year 2030, which means at age 33, he's going to be making $75 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to get value like that at age 33 from Devin Booker? I mean, I'm not saying, believe me, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just wondering.
Generally speaking, Suns fans are idiots. No, I did say I'm one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I
no,
can
right,
relate.
you're right.
You know what else goes up every year in the NBA?
I know.
The salary cap.
I know.
And look, you can criticize Bradley Beal for his contract until you're blue in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, is there frustration with Bradley Beal? Absolutely. But I will defend him because he earned that contract.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker, by his performance and the rules that are in place for escalators for NBA players, earned that contract. Don't put that on him.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jalen Brunson took less money and it wasn't even the same contract parameters.
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating. So frustrating.
No, listen, I agree. I think Bradley Beal did test the Suns fans' patience by talking about, I've got that smile on my face because of my no trade clause.
Yeah, they all want to blame him for it.
Well, that's it. It's not his fault. It's not his fault at all. I heard one basketball analyst a couple days ago talk about how the Milwaukee Bucks might be interested in Bradley Beal. I laughed to myself. I'm like, Bradley Beal is not going to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Not happening.
Yeah, I mean.
So look, there's also a portion of Suns fans, and I don't agree with this, who believe Devin Booker now is not the same guy because he's rich and he's got his own shoe and he's lost his hunger. While I do not believe that to be the case, there is that narrative out there, and what I want more than anything is I want this reset, and Devin Booker. I want him free of Kevin Durant, and I want him to be the guy. It's time to see and max out Devin Booker, in my opinion.
Look, if you want to get into the critical part of it, I think you're hitting on a very, very important burning question. Can he be the guy? Or is Devin Booker's success and the Phoenix Suns' success tied to pairing Devin Booker with the right other guy? We've seen two examples of it. When Devin Booker was playing in the backcourt with Chris Paul, we saw a razor-sharp, hungry version of Devin Booker that led to a lot of winning and damn close to a championship. With the Kevin Durant pairing, we've not seen that same guy.
No.
He's still productive. He's still a great basketball player. But the results obviously weren't there.
You said it best, that there's a chameleon-like property to Devin Booker where he kind of reflects the environment. And the past 2 seasons, it hasn't exactly been a happy environment. We don't need to get into apportioning blame and how much Mike Budenholzer is to blame for that. But the last 2 years, the environment has not brought out the best in Devin Booker. Whoever's fault that is, or for whatever reason that is, you're right on the money. Devin Booker with Chris Paul was a killer. Razor sharp. That's the dude we need back.
Chris Paul or Devin Booker?
that version of Devin Booker is what we need back.
Speaking of Chris Paul, will he play moving forward? Will he retire?
Will he coach the Suns?
Will he become a coach? Gambo put out there yesterday on X, the Phoenix Suns have cast a wide net. There's that phrase again. In their search for the next head coach, reaching out to and interviewing 15 to 20 candidates. The second round should begin soon, but I would not expect a final decision this week or next, most likely closer to the end of the month or early June. 20 candidates.
Wow, that's a wide net.
Look, and there's not been much in terms of names leaked except for very early in this process. Are they waiting for a Sam Cassell in Boston? Are they waiting for a Jerry Stackhouse in Golden State or a Johnny Bryant? These assistant coaches that are still involved in the playoffs, I don't know. But to reiterate my other point, some of the responses to Gambo's tweet yesterday, we got a suggestion that they call Monty Williams.
Oh, boy.
We got a suggestion that a local high school coach should get the job because he's been successful. We got to return to Nash D'Antoni in 7 seconds or less, 2.0, please. That was 21 years ago.
Wow.
Mike D'Antoni is older than the Pope.
I love Mike D'Antoni.
So do I. But again,
He's not coaching in the NBA.
This thing about Valley's fans, man. It's bring back somebody who gave us good vibes in the past. That's what we need. Yeah, listen. Well,
being said, hire Chris Paul.
I'd certainly be intrigued by that, but there's also, I think it's Kellen Olson who doesn't think Chris Paul would have the temperament to be a head coach. That Chris Paul knows so much about what it takes to be successful and is so demanding that the job might drive him insane.
It might.
I don't know.
Lots of great players have that problem.
Yep.
Where they can't sort of like figure out why you're not being great like I am.
Why can't you see what I see?
Right.
Why can't you do the things that I did? For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you to one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the reboot with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first. That's in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
D-backs at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we live 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Photo home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family. which I think everybody wants. And so, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants last night. Again, looking for some consistency today. The rubber match between the Giants and the D-backs will be at 12:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the number one team in the East home in just 5 games. And the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105 after outscoring them by 15 in the fourth quarter. Tonight, the Knicks can close out the Jason Tatumless Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves with a win can end the Warriors season. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33, and that means the Rush Hour Reboot is upon us, and we start with the Diamondbacks for the 10th straight day, having failed to win 2 consecutive games in a row. They're still waiting to launch for what we've been talking about, and here is manager Torey Lovullo on the need to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
So, with the day off looming tomorrow and a chance to maybe string some games, some wins against the Rockies coming to town, how important is just another game 45 today in San Francisco?
I think you laid it out pretty well earlier, Sammy. I think that it's important for this baseball team to start winning series. You know, Torey Lovullo talked about putting together a run of 10 great games and winning a lot of games. I think you got to get back in that lane. That's what they were doing earlier in the year. They were stacking series victories, and now it seems to be a grind to do that. You do that today, you get a day off, and then you get the Rockies, and maybe you can finally create some separation.
Yeah, since they swept Miami back in mid-April, they lost 2 out of 3 to the Cubs at Wrigley, including that wild Friday game. They lost 2 of 3 at home to Tampa Bay. They lost 2 of 3 at home to Atlanta. They won the series in New York against the Mets. They lost 2 of 3 to Philadelphia, lost 2 of 3 at home to the Mets, and split with the Dodgers. A series win would be a big thing going into a day off. First one in 16 days. A lot's been made out of that. And a first look at Colorado, and maybe a recharge of the batteries, because on the back end of Colorado, you get your first road series in L.A. against the Dodgers. You want to talk about 2 ends of the spectrum there? This is a big game for them today.
Yeah, in 16 games in a row, I get it. It's a 162-game season. Teams are going to play a lot of games in a row, but for a ball club that's already been banged up, 16 games in a row is a lot. I'm sure a lot of guys are looking forward to a nice rest day tomorrow.
But one thing that also continues, we're talking about just stringing together wins. Every day from a starting pitching standpoint, you're either saying, hey, let's see if so-and-so can back up their last good performance, or let's see if so-and-so can bounce back from a terrible performance. Doesn't it seem like that's a storyline every day with this rotation?
No doubt. It feels like if Gallen goes out and pitches great, the next time we're seeing, okay, he got banged up, or fought, for example, last night. Last outing prior to last night was great. Last night, he struggled.
Yes.
The inconsistency with the starting pitching has been a theme.
And Rodriguez is coming off the worst start for any pitcher of the Diamondbacks this season. So, again, it applies.
Yeah. The NFL schedule releasing will be in full tonight. We did get a small little tease that the Cardinals will have a Week 4 Thursday night game against, the Seattle Seahawks. And Ian Rappaport and Pat McAfee were talking about the schedule, and they talked about the Cardinals a little bit yesterday.
I just got a text on this topic from a pretty good source. Hearing Cardinals digital team has a banger of a schedule release this year.
Okay, that'd be good news for the Cardinals. Yeah. Cardinals potentially kind of changing the way you think about them. You know, with the moves that they made, you know, they get Calais, they bring Calais Campbell back. I think that's a big deal. I think a lot of people in Miami were pretty bummed out about that. But you talk about the coaching staff, the video, you could kind of change an image with how this whole thing goes.
So he mentioned change an image, obviously having to do with like the guys the Cardinals have brought in. And with the schedule releasing tonight, how much impact does knowing who you're playing, where you're playing, and when you're playing matter to this football team?
I think what you do, the only things that matter is you take a look at your road games and your road opponents and you find out what are the potential cold weather games. And if you've got some cold weather games and there's really only one, there's two potential weather games on the Cardinals schedule. Tampa and Cincinnati. Cincinnati can be very cold if you go there late. Tampa can be very, very humid if you go there too early. You look at that. You look at quality of quarterbacks you're going to face on the road. And I think the Cardinals have got some good options there. New Orleans, no one knows who's going to be their quarterback. Indianapolis, Daniel Jones, right? And then you look at rookie quarterbacks, and the Cardinals are going to get one of those at home against Tennessee. To me, it's really more than anything. It's really become the Super Bowl for media content people at the NFL. The creative content from digital teams across the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to frame it. And it started out like that because they're saying, oh, the Cardinals media team's got a banger of a schedule release video. That's what it's boiled down to. To answer your question, Sammy, outside of what Bick said from, length of road trips, stacking opponents, it's not really that important.
No.
Quite honestly.
No.
This is the biggest day for social media teams, is what it's turned into. Kind of like their Super Bowl Wednesday, if you will.
Yeah, and weren't the Cardinals ripped last year? Do I remember this correctly?
They've kind of gone pretty bare bones the last
pretty
couple
low key.
years.
Yeah. Until this year. They got a banger coming.
Ooh, I can't wait.
We'll see. It'll release tonight. But what starts tomorrow is the 107th PGA Championship.
Woo-hoo!
Vinny, I know you're excited. I'm here to pump you up. I'm here to give you what you need to know. So it's in Quail Hollow out in North Carolina. What are the keys here, you might ask? You got to hit it long, you got to hit it straight, and you got to be great around the greens. Long iron play is big. It's one of the longest golf courses on the tour. So what does that mean for storylines? Can Jordan Spieth complete the career Grand Slam? Are you on Team Rory, Team Scotty, or Team Bryson this week? Justin Thomas has won 2 PGAs. So what guys are we looking for this week? I turn to Scotty Scheffler. I think he's going to win his third major, his first PGA. He leads the PGA in strokes gained, tee to green, and strokes gained around the green. Guys, I've laid some stuff out there for you. Do you have a lean? Are you going to watch? Do you care?
Well, listen, yeah, I will probably be on my couch for most of Saturday and Sunday. The leaderboard, I am hoping that you get this collision of Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, and Scotty Scheffler. That would be my golfing heaven weekend, is if you could get those three at the top of the leaderboard going into the weekend.
Yeah, I just don't have it in my golf capacity to get excited about a tournament before it starts. If the leaderboard has recognizable names, I'll tune in on Sunday, but that's about my level of interest here.
Okay, yeah,
honestly.
That's what I was going to ask. If Jordan Spieth has a chance to win on Sunday, you don't care?
No.
I mean,
if it's really, really close.
Do I care? No.
If it's like 3 players, tied with 2 holes left, I'll probably tune in, but that's about it.
I guess we're on
Is
an
Tiger
island.
playing?
Jared, shut up. Go back to sleep.
Guess we're on an island, but it's okay. That starts tomorrow. We've got some good sports tonight, NBA playoffs, and you guys have been rebooted.
There you go.
I don't know if I feel fully rebooted today, Sammy. Got to be honest.
You covered everything.
Yeah. Rush Hour Reboot every morning. Big stories of every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we will get the opportunity to talk to another member of the Cardinals rookie class. Offensive lineman Hayden Connor joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Scale of 1 to 10. How important is Devin Booker in this coaching search? 10 being the most important, 1 being not important at all. How important is it to find the right coach for him? How important is it for him to be, okay, I'll say it, aligned with the next head coach? Scale of 1 to 10.
I don't think it's a 10. I don't think it's a 1. I'll probably say 7.
Okay.
You got to rebuild around Book.
I was going to say 8. I think it's not quite a 10. It's close.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know better than anybody winning on the court is great and all, but if you are ever injured in an accident, winning in court or having the ability to win in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James if you're ever hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moment. Now they use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, and that is why they consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. They win 98% of the time, but they also win big, recovering more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. Here's the number, 1-800-9-MILLION. Remember, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The NFL schedule is set to release today, and we're excited about it. Who will the Cardinals be playing and when? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. Today is the day the NFL regular season schedule released today, May 14th. Cardinals single game tickets will be available for sale today. You can sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. So we're just hours away from knowing what the schedule is going to look like, and we'll talk some Cardinals football now with another member of their rookie class, 6th-round pick offensive lineman from the University of Texas, Hayden Connor, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Hayden, thanks so much for the time. How are you today?
Hayden.
I'm doing good. Thank y'all for having me.
Good. How's the transition gone for you? I know we were talking to Keaton Crawford yesterday about just the quick process, going from draft and then a week or two later, you're in your new home, basically, doing your new job. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, it's been extremely fast, but it's been a lot of fun so far. Just trying to buy into the culture that JG's trying to set, and just trying to live my playbook and try and take notes from the older guys.
All right, so you've been people have raved about your football IQ, which is very, very important and very, very good to have in an offensive lineman. What does that mean, and why is that so important at your position?
I think it gives me a lot of versatility and flexibility in terms of, being able to play all five. It allows me to understand certain concepts differently than other people. But, this isn't a college offense anymore. So it's definitely, there's an adjustment period for sure. But I feel like I'm adjusting pretty well.
Going away from just football IQ, and you hit on it, to know all five offensive line positions certainly takes an acumen, but you also pride yourself on other kinds of knowledge, and I know you've talked about what your college major was. What are some of your other knowledge pursuits these days, Hayden?
Well, they've changed once I realized that, I might be too big to go to space. Growing up, I wanted to be an astronaut, and then I realized that there actually is a height limit. I think it's like 6'3". I want to help people get to space at some point. If not, I'm very passionate about animal shelters and all that stuff. I've got a wide range of interests, but going to space is still in my back pocket.
That's fantastic. Well, people do tend to shrink as they get older. Maybe you'll get under 6'3" eventually, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a really cool interest to have. Okay, when you talk about Jonathan Gannon, he always loves, and he uses the word violence. He loves violent football players. So I ask every incoming Cardinal, what is your level of violence when you come on a football field?
I mean, I think it kind of depends on the play and the person. I'm violent when I need to be. I'm controlled when I need to be, and I think that's one of the strengths. I tend to not like to be out of position, but when I have the opportunity to be violent and let it loose, I do that.
Hayden Conner of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Morning, 6th-round pick out of the University of Texas. And you guys played a lot of football in your college career, but specifically last year, you look at it now, and college football is different, as you know, Hayden, with the playoffs being expanded. You guys played 16 football games last year. How much do you think that prepared you for your rookie life in the NFL with the longer season?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to find out pretty soon. It was definitely an adjustment period with how long the season was, how long the breaks were. It was the coaches there called it a mini NFL season. So I took it as an opportunity to build good routines and just getting used to playing for a long time. But I'm hoping that the routines that I built and the daily schedules that I had for myself will transition well into my rookie season.
All right, I've got to divert for a minute here and ask you about the Peach Bowl, because here in the Valley in Arizona, it was a monumental event, and Cam Scadaboo was just a legend around here for a couple of seasons. From your vantage point, what was that game and that experience like?
Oh, unreal. I mean, it was one of the weirdest games that I've ever been in, from how fast we started, and then we just completely plateaued. But man, it was a fun game for the fans. It wasn't fun for us. We were biting our dang nails the whole time. But no, I mean, it was awesome. There was a lot of talk about the Sun Devils and whether they deserve to be there or not, and they definitely deserve to be there, and they showed it.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, a lot of the college football playoff games, as you know, had been blowouts, and
yeah.
From our perspective, I think we had the same perspective from different viewpoints, Hayden. It looked like it was going to be a blowout early. I thought it was a tremendous football game, even though we're used to in Arizona getting close to the top of the mountain and not reaching it.
All righty.
Hayden Conner, offensive lineman for the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I know you talked about your versatility on the line, being able to play all five positions. You played a lot of guard. I know the Cardinals think of you as guard, coming in. And there might be opportunity at the position. How are you grasping the opportunity that's in front of you to really come in and maybe grab a starting job or playing time early on in your career?
Yeah, all I'm trying to do is just be a sponge right now. I'm seriously trying to take as much information as I can from the vets and the older guys, as I humanly can. But yeah, I mean, if an opportunity arises, I'm going to be ready for it. But man, I'm just excited to be here and being able to learn from so many great vets in our room.
Yeah, it's a great attitude to have. All right, Hayden, you grew up in Katy, Texas, and I know it was a big deal for you to stay home and go to and be a Longhorn for your college career, which probably means you were aware of Kyler Murray as a youngster, the legend of him in Texas. What did that mean anything to you?
I mean, he went to OU, so that kind of sucks. But no, I mean, growing up, I heard a lot about Kyler. We went to OU. I remember. I think I was watching the game. One of the times he played UT, and I was like, dude, this guy's unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's awesome to be able to have the opportunity to block for him. He's definitely a different style quarterback than I'm used to. But I think I'll adjust well to how fast and how mobile he is.
Not just Oklahoma. Let's not forget, Hayden. He started at Texas A&M. You guys don't like them very much either.
Oh, that's right.
That's
right. I don't even like to talk about those guys.
Well, let's talk about your alma mater. 12 players selected from Texas in the 2025 draft, a school record. How much of a source of pride is that for you and the guys on that team?
I think it says a lot to the culture that the coaches have been trying to instill on us. You know, they got there 4 years ago with a definite plan for the future of the program, and it was on us to buy in. And we had a lot of guys leave, we had a lot of guys come in, and man, I mean, it's just like, I don't know if any of the younger guys are going to hear this. Just buy in. Like it all works out. Like, just be patient, trust the process, and good stuff will happen.
What's it like? Jonathan Gannon talked about trying to limit the cortisol of the youngsters and the rookies because everything is so new and everybody wants to make such a good impression. What's it like, the early transition from college to an NFL team? It's got to be mind-blowing.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, just, the playbook is so much more in depth. Obviously, the level of competition is nothing like what it was in college, but then you hear the speed's different, and I'm like, I mean, going in, I'm like, how much different is the speed really going to be? It's a lot different, and that's one of the things right now that I'm having to adjust to is just from being in the huddle, hearing the play call with the cadence, getting on the ball, making the point, and all that. It's just like, whoa, it's a lot, but I know that with time I'll adjust and I'll be able to contribute when I'm needed.
We're talking with Hayden Connor, rookie offensive lineman for the Arizona Cardinals, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Just going through some of the draft notes before the draft on you, and Dane Brugler from The Athletic had a note on you that said you're a football junkie and you've been that way since grade school. And an NFL scout had the quote, "He's more mature than I am, except he's 10 years younger." So what did being a football junkie in grade school entail for you, Hayden?
I used to have a YouTube. I honestly should get back on it, but I'm kind of lazy when it comes to social media. My wife gets on me about it all the time. But I used to. I've made a couple of videos when I was in elementary school about O-line steps and stances and technique and all that. And so, I mean, football's been my life. I'm obsessed with it, and I love growth and I love change, and so I've always been about getting a little bit better every day.
That's
fantastic. Even when I was in elementary.
Are those videos still accessible on YouTube? And if so, what's the channel, Hayden?
Yeah, no, they're still accessible. It's my name, Hayden Connor. I've got a YouTube channel. But yeah, I haven't posted on it in a while. So don't feel too cringed out when you watch me in knee-high socks and a cut-off T-shirt.
Hayden, great to talk to you. Great to get a chance to meet you. Best of luck as a rookie this year. We appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Hayden Connor, rookie offensive lineman for the Arizona Cardinals. Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, and again, the regular season schedule in its entirety released today, May 14th. Cardinals single game tickets go on sale today. You can sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks, and you'll be notified as soon as those tickets go on sale for the 2025 season. Coming up next, Bick takes us into the second half of the program with the blast.
Fire!
You're just missing the hat. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating the ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well, and Southwest Gas is at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas, quite simply, is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Learn more about these recognitions and about how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Check out this fresh deal on General Mills giant-sized cereal. Select 20 to 29-ounce varieties or 3 for only $10 when you buy 3 with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants last night, and here's manager Torey Lovullo on still trying to find that consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
The rubber match today will start at 12:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the number one team in the East home in just 5 games. And the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105. Tonight, the Knicks can close out the Jason Tatumless Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NFL schedule release is an absurd event. It's America's version of chasing a wheel of cheese down a mountainside. Seriously, we already know the who and the where of the Cardinals schedule, so why is the when so important? Here's what we already know. On paper, the Cardinals have the 5th easiest schedule in the NFL. There are only 2 potential weather games to monitor, road games in Cincinnati and Tampa, and in a perfect world, you want to get to Cincy early to avoid the cold and Tampa later to avoid the stifling humidity. There will be a primetime game against the Seahawks in Glendale, a team they've never beaten on Thursday Night Football, and there will be a home game against the Packers, which means the inevitable invasion of cheeseheads in Glendale. Now, the real appeal of the NFL schedule release is the inevitable exercise of predicting wins and losses, something you cannot do with any coherency until you get the chronological sequencing of games. And in that regard, today is almost like the ritual of filling out a bracket to kick off March Madness. All I know is this: when the real games begin in September, the W's better outnumber the L's, or we are going to have a major quarterback dilemma in Arizona. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I appreciate you pointing out the absurdity of this, but it's also impossible for me to ignore the fact that I'm excited to see what the schedule looks like.
I understand.
You get to plan your fall and your winter around it, at least your weekends. And you did mention the Week 4 leak that's been out there, that the Cardinals, will host the Seahawks Thursday night, Week 4, at State Farm Stadium. There's an interesting development happening. And so far, and CBS Sports is on top of all these schedule leaks that are out there. So far for Week 1, they are announcing or going with 8 matchups that they know about. And this is interesting, Bick, because Thursday night, the opening night game, the Eagles-Cowboys, division game. Friday, Chiefs and Chargers in Brazil, division game. They've also listed Giants at Commanders Week 1, Buccaneers at Falcons Week 1, Lions at Packers Week 1, and 49ers at Seahawks Week 1.
Lions at Packers Week 1.
6 of the 8 games that we know about in Week 1 are division matchups. Going back to last year, there was only 3 division matchups in all of football in Week 1. Houston, Indianapolis, what were the other 2? Panthers, Saints, not very intriguing ones either. And there was one other one that was a division matchup. Could this be a sign that the Cardinals are opening up against the Rams?
Wow.
In Week 1?
That's interesting. It could. And I wonder why that is. I wonder why there's a change in philosophy like that. Of getting division games out there right away.
Because I gave my reaction when we learned of Cowboys, Eagles, and Chiefs, Chargers were 2 of the first games that were leaked out in this whole process earlier this week. And to me, there's so few of those division games. I mean, every team's playing 17 games and only 6 in their division. I just think they should be more interspersed, if you will. Is that even a word?
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Spread out to more strategic points on the. I don't like the division games necessarily in the last week of the season too, which we all get. But there's so many teams and players that aren't playing that week that I don't think they're quite the indicators we need them to be for division supremacy.
Well, It's interesting. I think what you do is when you take a look at the schedule release, and you can do this without the sequencing, but the sequencing does have some application if you're playing young quarterbacks. Like, for instance, the Cardinals are going to play Michael Penix Jr., who took over for Atlanta last year, and they're going to play Cam Ward, ostensibly, who was selected number 1 overall by Tennessee. There's a split feeling about when you want to play a rookie quarterback. Sometimes the obvious answer is, well, you want to get them early when they don't really know what they're doing. Well, sometimes rookie quarterbacks start off good, and when they realize how much they don't know, then they suffer the dip. So I don't know when the best time to face a rookie quarterback is. But that will be a home game for the Cardinals. And then just the quality of quarterback that you're going to face. Atlanta, like I said, Michael Penix Jr. looked really good towards the back end of last year after replacing Kirk Cousins. Carolina, Bryce Young rallied late to
a very good second half.
Had a very good second half. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, and all that new vibage they've got with that new GM and that coach. I don't know what you're going to get from that team. And then you got Jordan Love with Green Bay. On the road, you're facing Joe Burrow. That's the monster quarterback on the schedule, in my opinion. You got to face C.J. Stroud on the road in Houston. Indianapolis, I guess that's going to be Daniel Jones' job.
Maybe.
New Orleans, who's quarterbacking New Orleans? Does anybody have a clue?
Tyler Shuck.
Oof.
Or Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Shuck and Tyler Rattler.
And then we've got Vinny's guy, Baker Mayfield, on the road in Tampa.
Yeah, that's not, I mean... And
so I don't think it's
Stafford, Purdy, and who's the quarterback in Seattle now?
Darnold. Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
So I think from a quarterback standpoint, there's not a ton of greatness facing the Cardinals.
No. It's a good way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And generally speaking, I mean, we mentioned the quality of the quote-unquote quality of the home games. With Atlanta, Carolina, Jacksonville, and Tennessee coming in.
Yeah.
Plus the 3 division foes, and then Green Bay is the one really attractive out-of-town guests, if you will. It might be an opportunity for, you can look at it one of 2 ways. We were joking around about it before. If you're one of those Cardinal season ticket holders that views your investment in tickets as an investment and you like to make up a lot of that money, you've really only got a handful of opportunities to do it.
Not many.
But it also might be a chance for the Cardinals if you can take advantage of those lesser fan bases coming in, stack some wins at home. We talked about it. That's the best way to do it. We're going into year 38, and the Cardinals still don't have a true, consistent year-to-year home field advantage in their home stadium, and that's a little disappointing.
Yeah, and they had it for a minute, and when they had it, it was really it was great. And you know the barrier that you have to cross as a football team. You've got to give fans something that they do not get on the couch. And you say this all the time, that as a media person, it's easier to cover a game at home when you're watching it on television because you have not only a running commentary with the game, you get replays and better angles and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But for a fan, what the Cardinals give you right away, if you wanted to buy tickets, they give you a wonderful experience on the Great Lawn. That is a great setup that they have out there. It was a stroke of genius to build that the way they did. It's a really great way to pregame. But to get you in the door, you got to give fans something that they feel like I'm part of an undeniable, irresistible energy in here that I'm not going to get at home. And they haven't had that since Bruce Arians.
That is true. It felt like during the Bruce Arians era, you mentioned, that advantage was palpable.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cardinals were puffing out their chest and, spouting all the statistics on false starts and how loud, the decibel levels. It felt like they had arrived finally, but it shows you that everything's cyclical. You got to keep winning.
Yeah. And if they're going to open at home, it's going to be against the Rams. Just cross-checking the leaked, if you're going to believe all the leaks, that's the only one left that hasn't been leaked. Is the Rams. The only other possibilities that they could open against are the Texans, the Colts, the Saints, and the Bengals, if you're believing the leaks for Week 1.
That'd be interesting. If they go division heavy in Week 1, I think that's interesting.
I'll take Cincinnati in Week 1. That'd be fun.
On the road.
Yeah.
The Cardinals' very first game, regular season game in 1988, was a road game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Did you know that?
I had no clue. Wow. Did you read that or did you remember that?
I remembered that.
Wow.
I think they lost 21-14. And the wheels were in motion.
And the rest is history.
Yeah, we'll pass along any more leaks that come out between now and the end of our show. And then, of course, the big unveiling, 5 o'clock, and full reaction on tomorrow's show. Coming up next, we will talk some Diamondbacks baseball. Going for a series win in San Francisco today. Our D-backs reporter for Arizona Sports, Alex Weiner, is in San Francisco, and he'll join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first, that's in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
D-backs at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City, serving satisfied customers, building out beautiful backyards, whatever you are looking for. If you're looking for traditional landscaping, they can handle that. If you need shading structures like pergolas, they're great at that. Hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, plus customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills. No matter what the project, they love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats. They're also a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green lawn without the water bills and the mess and the seeding and all that stuff. And if you're a golfer, they are fantastic at their state-of-the-art putting greens. Really got to check them out. Go to their website. Go read up to their 1,000 five-star reviews. You get a real clear indication of how happy this company has made its customers. You can schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle of your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Was Brandon Pfaadt able to follow up Merrill Kelly's dominant performance with a gem of his own? We'll be reacting to Dbacks Giants at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Threw me for a loop there.
Wow.
Spoiler alert, Wolf. The answer is no. He was not able to follow it up with a gem of his own. Big-time struggles for Brandon Pfaadt over 4 innings. D-backs going for a series win today at Oracle Park against the Giants. Not something they have been stacking up a lot of lately, series wins, but here to talk about it with us. Covers the D-backs for us at Arizona Sports and coming to us live from the Bay Area where he's attending those games. Alex Weiner, our guest here on, well, not the Arizona Sports Line, but via video link. Good morning, Alex. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Good morning, guys.
Kind of had fun there with the Brandon Pfaadt thing, but I brought up earlier in the show, Alex, that it seems like we're always talking, no matter what game you're going into, no matter what starting pitcher is scheduled to be on the mound, we're either talking about, can so-and-so follow up their last good performance, or can so-and-so bounce back from a disastrous performance? We're saying that again today with Eduardo Rodriguez. Overall, where do you think that kind of storyline falls on this whole list of frustrating storylines for the Diamondbacks right now?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the main culprit of why they can't seem to really lift off and get on a winning streak here. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of inconsistency, especially earlier from the starting rotation, I would say, has definitely hampered that. I think it's certainly been a little bit more consistent over the last few weeks. I know Brandon Pfaadt had a couple of tough starts recently, but he's had such a good season and just didn't have the command last night. Eduardo Rodriguez has had a really tough kind of stretch here. 8 runs, 6 earned against the Dodgers, 8 runs previously against the Mets. But he's a guy who, a lot of his success comes from the command and being able to kind of dot the edges and use his changeup really effectively. So yeah, I think with Corbin Burns kind of continuing to get better as we go along here, Zach Gallen has looked a little bit better. Merrill Kelly's been on a roll. I think it's been a little bit more consistent, but yeah, this is a big start for Erod today.
Alex, why do you think this team has not been able to kind of put together a stretch of really crisp, clean baseball? They'll do it one night, then the next night they don't quite look the same or look as crisp. And they've done this now for, 11 consecutive games. What's holding them back?
Yeah, I think if you just look at May 1st and go on, they haven't won 2 games in a row in the month of May yet, which is kind of wild to think about. I mean, it's certainly a lot of things. I think the bullpen is kind of the biggest deal here because it's been in such a difficult spot, really since A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez went down, and just trying to piece it together. Kevin Ginkel coming back from injury and thrown into a higher leverage spot and having his struggles. Trying to figure out kind of like the lower leverage guys who seemingly just get roughed up every time, and a 3-run lead becomes a 6-run lead, like we saw last night with Joe Manaply in the 8th inning. So I think it's just playing catch up a lot. Offensively, you'd love to get Ketel Marte going. It looked like he was doing that against the Dodgers. So far, a quiet start to this series against the Giants. So I think it's a combination of things. I would probably point to the bullpen first and foremost, but yeah, it's just hasn't been quite as consistent as we'd like to see it.
Talking D-backs baseball with Alex Weiner, who joins us from San Francisco, where he's covering the games for ArizonaSports.com. Speaking of the bullpen, I know we saw Joe Manaply again come in. He did give up another home run, and he's really struggled this season. I know they're marginalized, especially lefty relievers coming out of the pen. Mm-hmm. But how much more leeway do you think Joe Manaply has? Because they've been pretty quick to DFA or send down relievers this year. How much more leeway do you think he has, Alex?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure. They've already sent him down once and had to bring him back just because they've had to shuffle so many guys in and out of the bullpen this entire season. Justin Martinez is a guy who apparently it's looking like his return is around the corner. He's going to face live hitters today. So if he can get back up here, relatively quickly, then that gives you another high leverage guy you can trust, and maybe you can shave off somebody who's had a bit of trouble. So I'm not entirely sure with Joe specifically. Torey Lovello has said, this bullpen is at its best when Joe Manaply is pitching well and can kind of be that malleable lefty that can go out and get other lefties out. He just hasn't been the case all season, and that's a guy who they really counted on going in. So I'm not entirely sure what the leash is, but he is really costing them at the moment.
So when J-Mart does come back, is he going to assume the role of closer, or do they like what Shelby Miller's giving them in that slot right now?
Yeah, that's something we'll have to ask Torey about. I would imagine so, just given where he was before all this. I think maybe at first you'd want to give him a couple of outings in, I don't know if lower leverage necessarily, but without that kind of closer spotlight on you. Try to get him underneath them, just because it didn't look all that great the last couple of times he was out there before he went on the injured list with the velocity dipping. And so if he looks like Justin Martinez back to normal, high octane, the splitter's working, then I would imagine he would assume that role again pretty quickly, and then you can use kind of that Beeks-Miller back end to kind of go out and match up the way you want to in the 7th and 8th inning.
Alex Weiner covers the D-backs for us at ArizonaSports.com, our guest here in Bickley and Murata Mornings. Sticking with the bullpen and even going back to the beginning of the season when everybody seemingly was healthy, and I'm talking about Puck and Martinez, two very high leverage arms, but Torey Lovello was very reticent to assign roles to anybody in this bullpen. I thought Ryan Thompson had some really interesting comments in spring training saying, hey, we like having roles, we like knowing what our job is. And Puck and Martinez being out now is obviously key, but you hear a lot of Diamondbacks fans blaming the struggles of the bullpen on the fact that there has been no roles assigned by Torey Lovello. Do you think that's been a factor in all of this?
I think they're kind of subject to this given the state of the bullpen right now. I mean, yeah, it looks like Shelby Miller has kind of been given that closer responsibility. Jalen Beeks has been given, the duties of going after, the opposing lineup's best left-handers. So in that sense, it does appear to be some roles, but I don't know. It just feels like a lack of execution for the most part, as opposed to where guys are fitting in. I get it. Like, in a perfect world, if this bullpen was healthy, even earlier in the season, like, they didn't have one closer, but it was pretty clear what the roles were going to be. Against a certain matchup, the closer was going to be J-Mart. Against a certain matchup, the closer was going to be Puck, and that's kind of gotten thrown out the window right now. So, yeah, I understand that, and I think ultimately you do want to get to a place where you have those assigned roles again. I think they've just kind of been playing catch-up a little bit with some of the injuries.
All right, I'm sure that the Pete Rose reinstatement is going to be a subject of conversation in the clubhouse. Have you any thoughts on what the commissioners decided here?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, right? I mean, just given kind of the state of where we are, I think I heard you guys a little bit earlier talking about, where baseball is with gambling now compared to what it was back then. And obviously this is a posthumous honor potentially if both these guys get in there. So I think just for the history of baseball, having your hits leader in the Hall of Fame is an interesting proposition and is probably the right thing to do eventually. But it is interesting. You do want to tell the story the way that it happened, right? You don't want to just highlight the player for everything right that went on. And I know the museum, the Hall of Fame, is a celebration of baseball history, but at the same time, and it also opens up the can of worms of what you do about some of the steroid guys who are now probably looking at this like, hey, if the guys who were potentially in these gambling scandals are getting into the Hall of Fame potentially, does that kind of open the door for us too? So it kind of makes me wonder where this eventually goes for those guys. That might take a little bit more time. But yeah, I think it is kind of an interesting idea to put those guys in there. I just wonder how they would go about doing it.
Yeah, Alex, great stuff. Thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it, man.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Alex Weiner, you can read his stuff on ArizonaSports.com. He does a great job covering the D-backs for us. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, the Eastern Conference. NBA playoffs not going exactly how we expected. Does this lead to a big shakeup in the Eastern Conference and maybe influence some decisions of some big-name players moving forward? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Which one of these contracts will end up being the best for the Diamondbacks?
Which one will end
My
up
initial
being...
thought is Corbin Carroll. If he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate, you're talking about $111 million over 8 years. That could have ended up at least double, maybe triple that amount of money.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I would make a case for Brandon Pfaadt.
$45 million over 5.
45, okay, even
better.
Even better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again last night to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants, and here's manager Torey Lovello on the need to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
First pitch in the rubber match today will be at 12:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs last night, 114-105, sending the number one team in the East home in just 5 games, and the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals after beating the Nuggets 112-105. Tonight, the Knicks can close out the Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
The mental part, that we got to get over that. I just felt like we got another jump to make, kind of our mental strength. I love our togetherness. I love our leadership. I love our maturity, all that. So those would be the areas, like if you kind of right off the bat, I think we got to get better.
Kenny Atkinson, head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, bounced. Number 1 seed, NBA Coach of the Year, 64 wins. They got 1 win in the second round of the playoffs, eliminated last night by the Indiana Pacers, talking about the need to improve mental strength. Real quick to veer off back to football real quick. We got another schedule leak.
Okay.
Concerning the Arizona Cardinals.
All right.
It will not be the Los Angeles Rams, at least not according to Nick Underhill from New Orleans.football. He's got a following of over 100,000 followers on social media. He said the Arizona Cardinals will open up their season on the road in Nolans.
Oh, wow.
Against the 3-headed quarterback and the New Orleans Saints.
Well, that's I think a good way to begin the season.
Potentially.
You might be playing a rookie quarterback, or who knows who's going to be playing quarterback for them.
It might be grizzled veteran Jake Haener.
Aaron Rodgers and the New Orleans Saints.
I don't think that's happening.
No, I don't either.
How weird that they would do all those division matchups, including San Francisco and Seattle, and not follow suit with the Cardinals-Rams. I wonder why.
I'm okay
on
with
the
it.
road versus.
Look, they got the Rams in week 2 last year. That worked out pretty well for the Cardinals home opener.
Listen, this is a very winnable game. This is a great way to win a road game to open a season. I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's a team in disarray right now, especially at the quarterback.
And we'll have more on the schedule release. Later today, 5 o'clock is when we get to see the whole schedule. But now we've got reports on 2 games. Week 1 at New Orleans for the Cardinals. Week 4 at home. Thursday night football against Seattle. Cleveland out, number 1 seed. The number 2 seed, Boston, facing elimination tonight. I won't be shocked if the Celtics find a way to muster up a win tonight. But I don't. Without Jason Tatum, I don't think they're winning this series. They would be the number 2 seed out. At varying levels, you got the top 2 teams record-wise in the East, Bick, that are facing massive financial questions in terms of roster construction. Cleveland is going to be way over the second apron when extensions kick in and the DeAndre Hunter trade. You've been bringing up the prospective owners for the Boston Celtics facing maybe the first thing they do is tear down that roster. I wonder, because the East is not all that top-heavy either, with all apologies to New York and Indiana, who are probably going to meet for the conference final. But is the opportunity for a superstar to make the decision to come out and say, I want to go to the East. I think the road to the finals might be easier. How much of that thinking actually takes hold around the NBA this summer.
Well, I think it's going to be certainly a dominant storyline if what we think is going to go down goes down. We've already seen the Cavaliers and how many games they win the regular season?
64.
64, just like the Suns. Yeah, the Suns vibe is all over that team. They've kind of been stamped as frauds a little bit in the context of not meeting your incredible regular season. Then you've got the Celtics and Jason Tatum. This is a ruptured Achilles, which is a very, very lengthy rehab, and this new ownership group incoming in Boston. There was talk that even if they won a title this year, they might have to do some drastic stuff, like trading Jaylen Brown. So if the Celtics are done and the Cavaliers are frauds and the Pacers and the Knicks are the best you can get out there, then you would think that there might be some players who go, that's the way to get to the NBA Finals. Get on a team in the East, and that might affect the way Giannis looks at where he wants to go. And I kind of threw this out there yesterday. There's people speculating that if LeBron James looks at this and wants to get back to the NBA Finals, making another trip back to Cleveland might not be a bad idea. Now, I'm not sure LeBron is ever going to want to leave Los Angeles, but the balance of power, I mean, you could count the numbers. 12 of the 15 best players are all in the West.
Yeah, do you think that along those same lines, do you think it would make KD more available to go to an Eastern team like Orlando or Cleveland or something that maybe he wouldn't have at first?
Well, Cleveland with the financial ramifications, probably not, unless they do a massive overhaul. And I don't see that coming. I mean, they're not that far off. Orlando is interesting because Orlando, the last two postseasons to me, is a young team with a lot of talent, but just lacking any veteran leadership and that whole closing aspect to it. They have trouble in the playoffs putting the ball in the hole is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Does KD want to play for Orlando? It's interesting, the LeBron part of it, because LeBron came out and said, I haven't talked to my family about my future in Los Angeles. You know, there's an option, a contractual option up in the air this summer. So a lot of people just chalk that up to LeBron being LeBron and trying to dominate headlines. But,
well,
LeBron's agent, Rich Paul, I almost said Chris Paul, Rich Paul, on the Pat McAfee show, talked about what goes into NBA success from a roster construction standpoint.
It's always been a team thing. It's never been an individual thing. And if you look at the teams that's won championships, those have been really great teams. You can't look at a team that has won and say, oh, they had one great player, and so he led them and they won the game or they won the series. That's always been very misleading, and it goes back to any of the GOAT conversations you want to have. You got to compare the GOAT with their teams and also their front offices that help make the decisions to put the players around them. And so I think, LeBron's going to always be criticized. Whatever he says, people are going to look at it a certain way. But I think he's right. I think, and people say, well, I'm just being biased, obviously, because that's my brother. But it's just when you know basketball, you understand that you have to be able to go 8-9 deep. You have to be able to have flexibility and be able to change in terms of matchup.
Yeah, this kind of in response and veering off from the pairing of Luka Doncic with LeBron James in LA that led to one playoff win.
Right.
Not one playoff series win, one individual game win in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, listen, what's interesting, and he said something that should resonate with Suns fans. He said, everybody was so gung-ho about Luka and LeBron. I never thought that names don't win the championship, rosters do. End quote. So whether that speaks to some unhappiness of LeBron in the current situation in Los Angeles, I'm not certain. But I do know that should resonate with Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns. That names don't win the championship, rosters do.
It certainly should now after year two of trying to win it with names.
Yep. The problem is, though, we only know that they know how to get names. We don't know that they know how to put together a roster.
Certainly not now with the change of the general manager position.
Yep, that's exactly right. The other thing that has really come clear to me is how hard it is in today's NBA to really sustain anything. When you take a look, so the Raptors and Kawhi Leonard ended Golden State's run largely because of an injury to KD. right? That was sort of the injury that set everything in motion that led KD to Phoenix today. Lakers won the next year in the bubble, haven't been close since. Bucks won, look like a potential dynasty, haven't been close since, largely due to a Chris Middleton injury that followed the following year, then a Giannis injury the year after that.
Damian Lillard injury
That's right,
this year.
that's right. Then the Warriors won a title, which was kind of a rando title. They haven't been close since. The Nuggets won a title, haven't been close since. And I guess they're
still in it. They're the only one that
they're still in it, but are they going to survive this round? Probably not. Celtics won it. They're about to be torn apart by most accounts. It's very difficult when you start talking about playoffs and staying healthy. You got to get lucky with injuries, and rarely do you stay lucky with injuries.
And focusing on the Nuggets, yes, still alive, down 3-2 to Oklahoma City, but they are kind of the crystallization of what Rich Paul said in that soundbite. Names don't win, or the quote you read. Names don't win, rosters win. Nikola Jokic is, in my opinion, by far the best player in the NBA. Seeing what he did late in that game, some of those shots he was making is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the roster behind him to do it.
Nope.
And that's been the malpractice of the Denver Nuggets organization since they won that championship. You let key guys slip through your fingers like Bruce Brown, like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, like Jeff Green. Those guys were very important to what they did. And now they've only got the capability of playing about 7 players. And one of those 7 players is Russell Westbrook, who's probably going to kill your chances to win a game 50% of the time. So it is about rosters. It is about depth.
And it's the same, just like you said. They probably thought, as long as we have Nikola Jokic, we're going to be a title contender. It doesn't matter, just like the Suns thought. As long as we have KD and Booker, it doesn't matter
who we surround him with. That's not the game anymore.
Nope, that's not. Coming up next, Cardinals are counting on the Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr. connection to be strengthened in year 2. Is there reason to believe it won't be? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. We used to get it all in one afternoon, but some of the games are already known to the public. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady, and during a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months. That's less than 4 years. That's what people are getting from Life Changer Loan. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You actually do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you're going to wake up one day down the road, and that house payment is going to be gone. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. If you're younger, now you've got decades to build personal wealth. If you're a bit older, sets you up perfectly for retirement, where you do not want to deal with a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of great stuff, makes you instantly liquid, gives you the control to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, but if you are a good fit, I guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets lasts.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The NFL schedule is set to release today, and we're excited about it. Who will the Cardinals be playing and when? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Murray under center, takes, play action, a boot to the right. Murray looking downfield, now lobs it deep, near side. Harrison caught it at the 20, at the 10. Harrison dives for the end zone. He's in, touchdown! People wondered after last week about Marvin Harrison Jr. and the one catch, whether that was a sign of things to come. I guess not. What a dominant first quarter for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Going back to last September 15th, that was the home opener against the Rams, the big breakout for Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 touchdowns in the first quarter of that game. Cardinals blew out the Rams that day. And, you know, Dave Pasch said it in that highlight. After last week, remember the opener against Buffalo? Everybody's like, this is your first-round pick?
Uh-huh.
You know, 1 catch for 4 yards, didn't even use him. People were wondering about it. Drew Petzing was asking questions about usage, and I think that continued throughout the season. I think those questions remain going into year 2, and I think the convenient mindset for a lot of people is, oh, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. He got 1 whole year of the speed of the NFL. He knows what the game is about. He spent the offseason in the gym. He's getting stronger. He's getting bigger. His understanding is better. He's going to get better. I have all the faith in the world in Marvin Harrison Jr. being better as an individual player than he was last year.
Totally agree.
But there's other factors involved. And a couple of recent, an article that came out and some video study that came out kind of, I don't know, raises questions on whether or not there's going to be this big elevation next year in year 2.
Well, this is going to be some interesting stuff we're about to lay on you, because one of these stories indicates that Drew Petzing is largely to blame for the up and down system, that they didn't put him, that they didn't use him the way and exploit and bring out the things that he does best, that they put him on one side of the field most of the time and really focused on just having him win contested catches, back shoulder throws, the kind of things that he really struggled with. Then there's also somebody who's looked at film and really kind of blaming Kyler Murray for not being able to see Marvin Harrison Jr. open in certain spots on the football field.
The article was written by Ben Solak from ESPN, who goes really in-depth on a lot of receivers in that same class. The video breakdown was done by Matt Harmon of Yahoo Sports, who he had some damning stuff in here. Watch the video. He said, quote, "I would say his best route was the dig route with 21.4% of his sampled routes were digs, 87.5% success rate. He would be wide open, and Murray just doesn't throw there. And I think, like, not to be mean, but I think it's because he can't see him. It's just what it is. He physically, I don't think, can see those plays from the pocket, and that is where Harrison is best used.
Oops.
Elsewhere, he says, so I'm actually pretty confident in him as an individual player being a good number one receiver in the league. Where I'm a little hung up is his fit with Murray. I could just not get it out of my head how many plays there were when Harrison is running an over, an in-breaker, and he's just not getting the ball when he's wide open. He also adds, usage also needs to improve from Drew Petzing. There were some some of the quotes from usage. He had 4 in-space attempts, which is one of the lowest attempts in reception history.
Wow.
You also can't have the 4th overall pick and this Craftsman and Marvin Harrison Jr. running Alec Pierce routes, but that's kind of what they did. So according to these two things, is it Murray, is it Petzing, is it Harrison? Harrison seems to be absolved in both of these studies.
How about it? So, the good news and the bad news about this is that Drew Petzing can change the scheme and change the deployment and the usage of Marvin Harrison Jr., but Kyler Murray is done growing.
Is he, though?
Not psychologically, not mentally, not emotionally.
I see where you're going. Let's revisit my idea for the 8-inch platform cleats.
I think that would rob him of his elusivity.
Well, it's up for the people in R&D to figure that
out. Okay, so Ben Solak said this. Arizona's role for Harrison was fairly predictable to start the season. He lined up wide and ran down the field looking for targets on go balls or the back shoulder, had 52 targets against press coverage, second only to Jamar Chase, in large part because opposing defenses knew the Cardinals would stick their outside receivers on the line of scrimmage and not move them. Harrison ran exactly 7 routes after going in motion all season. Only 8 receivers had fewer, and most of them were part-time players. So the idea that they're not using Marvin Harrison Jr.'s best skill set is something that's got to change. And maybe this is why. Maybe these things that we're talking about now are reasons why the Cardinals' evaluation of Marvin Harrison Jr. always seemed a little more rosy and optimistic and glowing than football fans who watch him play on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you're watching football on television, you don't see the receivers who don't get the football.
No. Here's the conclusion from Solak, by the way. Harrison simply was not used creatively last season when he had 885 yards and 8 touchdowns. He was asked to play the game on hard mode as a rookie, winning all of his catches through contact. He was never hidden from the opponent's best cover man. He could have won a few more jump balls than he did, but Murray could have thrown him a few better jump balls, and offensive coordinator Drew Petzing also certainly could have eased his burden with a bunch set or two. I was wholly unimpressed by the Cardinals' plan for Harrison last season and remain accordingly optimistic on his future as a good NFL wide receiver. That player is in there should the Cardinals want to go find him.
Wow. Okay, it sort of gives you a different kind of vibe as to why last year played out the way it did. Look, and you know this is going to happen. This is such an important year for Kyler Murray. I thought last year was going to be the defining year, but this is going to clearly be the year. They've got to be a playoff team or a playoff caliber team because at some point in time, you just don't stick with the mediocre quarterback. And that's what Kyler Murray's been. Occasionally sensational, and then occasionally not so much. And by the end of it all, he's a guy that's been good. Not great, good. But you don't win Super Bowls with good quarterbacks.
No, unless you have just a otherworldly defense. Basically.
Exactly. And so
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers won a Super Bowl with Brad Johnson. The Baltimore Ravens won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer
and Joe Flacco.
And Joe Flacco was better than good that year. But yeah, to your point, good quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls.
Right. And we already know the level of angst from a lot of Cardinal fans regarding the quarterback. If it doesn't pop right away, I can only imagine what it's going to be like. So let's hope that this is the year that it comes together for everybody.
Yeah, but I also wonder, too, if that road is explored by the Cardinals, unfortunately, and there are struggles early on, where is that angst going to fall? Is it going to fall on Kyler? Is it going to fall on Harrison? Or is it going to fall on Petzing? Because we got a sprinkling of all of that last year in Marvin Harrison Jr.'s rookie season.
Yeah, we did.
And
That's
it was
a good
Drew
point.
Petzing's second year.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point. And listen, and that's kind of the life of an offensive coordinator. With Drew Petzing, we have already gone from, oh no, we can't lose him. He's being talked about as a head coaching candidate.
And
right?
he got an interview
we
this
even
last
interviewed,
cycle.
Yeah, we even interviewed him about that. To then, he sucks. It's the life of an offensive coordinator in the NFL. They're about as their reputations fluctuate like few others.
Oh, and for coaches in general in the NFL, their employment location fluctuates like few others too.
And one thing we know, he's not necessarily going into this season with more weapons on offense.
No, that is true. They're counting on improvement from the weapons they have. That certainly seems to be the case. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy Cebulka will take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks struggled again to win back-to-back games last night in their 10-6 loss to the Giants, and manager Torey Lovullo said this about trying to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
The rubber match between the two will start at 12:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now can make them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. In the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the number one team out east home in just 5 games. And the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals. They beat the Nuggets 112-105 after outscoring them in the fourth by 15 points. And tonight, the Knicks can close out the Celtics in Boston, and the T-Wolves can end the Warriors season with a win tonight. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us on this Wednesday. It's time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. What's going on, Sammy?
Good morning. As always, if you want to get involved in the action, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube now at Arizona Sports. And one of the bigger stories in sports this morning is Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, amongst others, are being reinstated into the MLB universe. And so we asked our MLB fans, who deserves to be in the Hall of Fame and why out of these 4 options? Pete Rose, shoeless Joe Jackson, Barry Bonds, or Roger Clemens, if you had to pick one.
Wow.
Loaded question.
Based on accomplishments,
Barry Bonds.
If you had to vote for one, though, in your opinion.
Just one?
Yeah.
Probably Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds was a great player before using the clear and the cream, right? Unknowingly, of course. Misremembering, of course. The people...
Roger Clemens was great also before.
Yes, he was.
I'd vote Barry Bonds.
I mean,
Pete Rose, the people who defend Pete Rose always say, well, he only bet on his team to win when he was the manager of the Reds. That ignores the fact that was he not managing the same way in games that he didn't bet?
Right. Or even in games that he did bet to win, does he manage differently, more desperately?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, that to me, that's never flown. I would put them all in the Hall of Fame with full transparency.
Yes.
Not to glorify them, but to tell the story of baseball.
Well, we don't think about it anymore, but shoeless Joe Jackson was a .356 career hitter. In his last year, before he got banned in 1920 after the 19 World Series, he hit .382.
Why could he never afford shoes?
Pay those. Didn't have a good agent.
Didn't have a good agent.
Well, in those days, that batting average was skewered much higher, it felt like. But yeah, and Shoeless Joe always claimed that he had nothing to do, right? With the
they maintained his
didn't take the
innocence,
money
yeah.
or whatever, or took the money but didn't.
You got it.
I thought you were going to start talking there and cut me off.
I mean, you were talking.
The results are pretty interesting. Almost 300 votes, and 50% of the vote going to Pete Rose, about 35% Barry Bonds, 13 Shoeless Joe Jackson, and only 2.3 Roger Clemens. But in the comments, Clint Carlos said it, defending Barry Bonds. No question about it. Greatest power hitter ever to swing the wood before and after steroids. But to answer your question, they should all be in the Hall of Fame. It's not the Hall of Ethics. It's the Hall of Fame. They were among the greatest to ever do it, and they were true to the ethos of their era, for better or worse. Bottom line, you can't write the history of the sport without their stories being told. They deserve in. That's
the way I always... When I think of all the pluses and minuses and all the questions about ethics and personality and morality and all of those things, I come back to that. It's a museum.
Jared talks about the way baseball used to be. Did you know in 1963, Juan Marichal went up against Warren Spahn? Juan Marichal threw 227 pitches that day. Warren Spahn threw 201. It was a 1-0 Giants victory that went 16 innings. Can you imagine that? Both starting pitchers exceeding 200 pitches in a game.
How many days off would Brandon Pfaadt need after 200 pitches?
200 pitches.
That's absurd.
It is absurd.
Oh, man. All right, our next question. The topic of conversation came up today of Devin Booker with the #1 overall pick, and would you trade it, would you not? So we asked, would you trade Devin Booker for the #1 pick in this year's NBA draft, and why? I know you guys had already answered it, but maybe why would you do it?
Because of the age and the ceiling and the full reset and the rookie contract that Cooper Flagg would be under. Yeah, I would do it in a heartbeat.
If you're taking a true look at the next 3 to 4 years of Phoenix Suns basketball and all the restrictions they have against them, the full reset makes the most sense. And I know that's not a popular thing to say, but a full reset involves trading Devin Booker. Earlier in the summer, I said, no, I probably wouldn't do it. For the #1 overall pick in a draft with Cooper Flagg in it,
do it.
That would make a full rebuild much more palatable to the Suns fan base as well.
Because you got a foundational piece that you know hopefully will be there for 15 years.
Yes.
You forgot to read the options.
I was going to go back to the options. It is
very important that you read these.
Yes.
Jeremy.
So the first is yes, and the second one is no.
And the third is what?
No, you muttonhead.
You muttonhead.
These are getting ridiculous.
Jared, what do you think of mutton?
Ridiculous?
Do you like mutton, Jared?
That is one meat I don't think I have had before. And they say salad ain't got nothing on this mutton, but I have never had it. So if anybody at home, there's
wants to send you a mutton sandwich,
somebody bring Jared some mutton.
If there's any
Our
hillbilly
listeners, bring a mutton sandwich.
If there's any hillbillies listening right now.
The results to this poll are actually pretty shocking and pretty telling. So out of 381 votes, 50.4% of the vote says yes, 49.6% say no. So it's virtually split down the middle. Since you guys have brought it up, I've gone back and forth of thinking what I would do. But Give Me the Gold says, trade Book to Dallas of all teams? What a stupid question. Of course not, given the Dallas and Book kind of history there.
Sure.
Tom Foss said, hey, if we could get Cooper Flagg for Book, I would do it in a heartbeat. As much as Book is a top 20 player, he was a top 10 player, but he thinks Book has peaked and there's no denying it. Plus, much more cost effective, like you guys mentioned, to get Cooper Flagg and maybe even get a couple more Mavs out of it if the deal was made. Again, I think Book is established. That's one thing with Book. You know what he can be. Maybe he has peaked for a little bit of a reason, but with Cooper Flagg, you don't necessarily know if he's going to be a star.
No.
And that's a risk that I don't know if I would be willing to take.
Although it feels like in the NBA more than other sports, an absolute can't miss #1 pick usually comes through. Duncan, Shaq, LeBron.
Yeah, fair.
That's true, but Yeah,
I guess if you get injured like Zion, then no. But
yeah, I think this conversation could go a lot longer. But I did want to ask the last question. So it is clear and stated that Bick and I are golf dorks. So we asked the people that follow us, what is something that you are a quote dork for, and why?
Thought about this. Said comedy before. Specifically, I'm not proud of this. From 1980 till now, there are very few high school comedy movies that I have not seen.
It's true.
I've seen mostly all of them. And I don't know why.
What's your favorite one?
Favorite one? I mean, Fast Times at Ridgemont High is probably the gold standard. But there's so many of them.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I still I'm not the movie viewer that I once was. I don't go to the theater very often, but if a movie comes out in that genre, I will go out of my way to watch it.
Yeah, you definitely lean to that because some of the famous movies you haven't seen are sort of the action dramas, right? The action movies,
Marvel movies,
dinosaur
Godfather,
movies.
Westerns.
Yeah, right.
Anything with thought that went into it.
If a guy's stuffing a pie, he's there.
Oh my goodness. There we go again with the Yiddish.
You schlemiel, Jared.
Vic, do you have anything else you're a dork for?
Music. I mean, do you think?
The golf is where I dork out.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat. Eddie V says he's a dork for listening to and figuring out and transcribing drum beats to songs. He's also taught himself to read the music sheet upside down.
Wow.
So that's...
Holy bananas.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't read music right side up.
Period. Yeah, I'm one of them.
A lot of people can't read.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true.
There's some really good answers on this thread.
There are. Ross Vegas, which is also... I kind of dorked out on it. Old SpongeBob, that's an era I grew up in, and Beavis and Butthead. Seabacker44 says Jaws, because it changed how directors film certain scenes, and pretty much all of Spielberg films. Jaws, it's paid homage to some of the fashion in which a lot of films were made. I don't know if you guys wanted to read any more. There are a couple here left.
Social studies class clown said the blind auditions of The Voice. I love watching clips and seeing who turns when. I will watch them in languages I don't understand. I don't care at all about the rest of the show. That's fascinating. Nicole said theme parties, love throwing them. I love attending them. Give me an era, a color, a theme, whatever. This year I threw a friend's baby shower for my friend. Who doesn't love a good theme party?
I cannot stand costume parties.
And Wookie said, all things Kiss. This
Gene
is Gene
Simmons.
Simmons from Kiss.
But I think good questions today in social studies.
I would agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
This is Gene
Where's
Simmons.
Jarrett? Who stole him?
This is Gene Simmons from Kiss.
Thank you, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, there is a debate in the NBA, seemingly. Should the Mavs trade that number one pick, whether it's to Phoenix or anywhere else? We'll get into both sides of it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you're the Suns and you're trading Kevin Durant, and I don't think any of us buys that garbage from the Rockets that they don't want Kevin Durant anymore. Now I think you can insist on the 10th pick in the draft being it. I have to also think when Houston made that trade to get the Suns picks, the narrative was like, yeah, they're doing this to eventually make a trade with the Suns. Houston doesn't need all these additional picks. They can't use them all. They're not going to be able to play all these players. So at a certain point, you're going to just be wasting assets. Why wouldn't you trade it for a Kevin Durant or whoever, if they want to trade for Giannis or whatever?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and Nothing More. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Disturbed. Live.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Arrive early to the Dbacks versus Rockies matchup on Saturday, May 17th and get a replica home jersey courtesy of Avnet. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the Diamondbacks finish their 16 games in 16 days stretch? We'll react to the finale against the Giants on today's Burns and Gambo show.
If I'm Milwaukee, the first call I'd make is to Dallas. Because if Cooper Flagg goes to Dallas, are they contenders next year?
No.
That'll be a great way to start the Milwaukee rebound, because you got to understand something else about Milwaukee. Dame's out all next year, basically, too. So you're like, okay, and this would be a good situation. Dame's going to be out. We get Cooper Flagg, maybe it's a good young player of some draft picks. Now you can really start your rebuild, because you're going to be in the lottery again next year, too. You get Cooper Flagg, some draft picks, you're going to be in the lottery again. And then, like I say, Dame's out all next year more than likely. So what's the best way to start your rebuild? With Cooper Flagg, and some draft picks.
Charles Barkley, TNT, saying, hey, makes sense to him for the Milwaukee Bucks to pick up the phone. If Giannis comes to the conclusion, and it's still not to this point, Bick.
Yeah.
Giannis says, you know what? Love you, Milwaukee. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get that second championship. It means a lot to me.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up the phone. And to me, look, I don't think there's any way that the Dallas Mavericks, with everything they've been through, would even consider trading the number 1 pick. But hey, again, we work in the possibility business.
Yeah, yeah.
If I'm Dallas and I'm considering it for one player and one player only, Giannis is that guy.
Yes. That's the only guy, in my opinion, who I would trade that for. Even though, as we've discussed, I'm not sure that Cooper Flagg's a sure thing for NBA superstardom. I think he's a sure thing to be a very, very solid basketball player. So his floor is very high. It's just a matter of whether he's going to reach the ceiling. The thing about Cooper Flagg is he does everything very, very well on a basketball court, and he competes his tail off. People who call him a dog, they're right on the money. He's got that certain sandpaper to him that great players have. So I think he's going to get there, but there's no guarantee. But even though it's speculative, Rich Paul in that interview, I believe Rich Paul is representing Cooper Flagg, said he's not getting traded. Dallas is going to use the pick to trade Cooper Flagg.
There was
to draft Cooper Flagg.
Here's Rich Paul from the Pat McAfee Show.
No, I think there'll be no trade. I think the Mavs take him, and I think it's the right thing for the kid. Look, obviously there's been some teams there that would have loved to have him, but I think when you look at Cooper Flagg, look at where he's at today, his ability to develop next to guys like AD and Lively, and also playing with the Kyrie once he's back, I think it helps him. And I know you think number 1, you think the guy right away, but it's okay to develop into the guy. Like, there's nothing wrong with developing into the guy. So I think this will be a good fit for him.
That's where it gets interesting about the development, the patience part of it, because on the flip side of it, we came in with the Charles Barkley soundbite, and he said, look, if the Dallas Mavericks take Cooper Flagg number 1 overall, are they a contender? Well, no.
No.
There's also something to be – they just traded a 25-year-old global superstar in the face of their franchise, and I know they said it because defense wins championships, but – I think Dallas, by making that move, by having a lack of patience with Luka Doncic, they showed patience moving forward. Does that make sense? Or am I speaking in circles?
Wait, say that to me again.
They lost patience with Luka Doncic, traded him.
Right.
But they were close to a championship with him. So that, to me, indicates kind of a flip of the switch to, okay, maybe we're not going to win it next year or in the next 2 years, but we might have a 3 or 4 year window with Anthony Davis at the center of it. It's not the most consistent thinking.
No. Again, but a lot of the things coming out of Nico Harrison's mouth have not been very consistent, which has also led to a lot of the weirdness about all of this.
And plus, if you're Dallas and the NBA bends over backwards to send you this thank you gift of the number 1 overall pick for trading Luka to a major market and ESPN's darling in LA, and you turn around and you trade that pick, you don't want the wrath of Adam Silver on you.
How about it?
Oh, no. But again, though, if you're willing to trade Luka for anyone at any time, you're willing to do anything. So I don't think you could rule out anything. You couldn't rule out them trading the number 1 pick for Zion.
Look, I think they're going to get inundated with requests. I think that's definitely going to happen.
Well, yes, I would agree with that.
I guess what Jarrett says but they had concrete reasons in their mind why they wanted to trade Luka. It wasn't just it wasn't irresponsible in their viewpoint.
Yeah, I know, but they can come up with something.
He wouldn't get in shape, and they didn't want to give him $370 million.
That's it. They talked themselves out of spending the $375 million it would have cost to keep him, and that's the bottom line. And so they hyper fixated on Luka's flaws and Luka's lack of conditioning, and you're right. You can go back and see footage of a young Luka where he actually you forget how heavy he's gotten once he's joined the NBA.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fascinating. This is really he almost more than any other current NBA player is under quite a microscope this offseason. Because if he hasn't seen the light now, he never ever will. That's going to be the bottom line with him.
Yeah. And I got a reminder today during social studies of just how ridiculous social media is. And I know I shouldn't be saying that because we do the segment every day. But the question, would you trade Devin Booker for the number 1 pick in this year's NBA draft? Why or why not? Just the question. That's the way it was. That was the way it was presented.
Right.
And got one moron, idiot, ingrate mouth breather who was like, blank you, Bickley, blank you, Murata. Now you're advocating for the Suns to get rid of Booker. I'm done with you guys. Good. Leave. Don't come back. Please, do us all a favor. By the way, your mom asked you to take the garbage out.
Wow.
50% of the
you
people
should spend a day
yes.
in my world, Vinny.
I don't want to.
No, you don't.
I do not want to. Coming up next, Jared has prepared a round of start, sit, cut for us.
Has he really, though?
I think he's putting the finishing touches on it. We'll find out next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first, stops in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
D-backs at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so the great thing about Waltz TV and Appliances, they're going to give you tons of expertise. They've been around since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They're going to give you the wisdom and the insight you will never get at the big box stores. They're also going to give you a great experience. Shop at Waltz, super cool place. All the inventory you could ever hope for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can find that in the theater room. Great array of outdoor televisions. If you haven't seen outdoor TVs lately, the quality of the picture has gone through the roof in all the great ways. Great lineup of sound components. You're going to get all that expertise. You're going to get all that selection in the inventory and the experience, and you're going to get the same kind of great pricing you would expect at the big box stores. In fact, if you think you found a great price, bring it to Waltz. Watch them beat it. They give you unbeatable prices on the products you really want. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week now. So if you need something fast, Waltz has got you covered with in-store pickup, warehouse pickup, same-day delivery. Waltz will give you red carpet service. Go check them out. Put them to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Let's go places.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games last night in a 10-6 loss to the Giants, and questions about consistency remain, and here's manager Torey Lovello.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
Some afternoon baseball for the D-backs and Giants. First pitch will be at 12:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in baseball, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. Last night in the NBA, the Pacers took care of business and the series with the Cavs in a 114-105 win, and the Thunder are just one win away from the Western Conference Finals in a 112-105 win over the Nuggets. And tonight, can the Knicks close out Boston in Boston? And the Timberwolves are one win away from ending the Warriors season. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The D-backs and Giants first pitch will be at 12:40, so a little afternoon baseball. So we asked, which Diamondback is most likely to hit a ball into McCovey Cove today? Is it Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Josh Naylor, Pavin Smith, or other right-hander on the mound? Jordan Hicks, I believe, for the Giants.
Ooh. Well, a right-hander, they're all, they're all going to be hitting left-hander. The way Carroll's going, we talking about today?
Yeah, today.
Oh. I'm going to go with Carroll.
Yeah, that's my vote, too.
All right.
All of them are
Corbin
in the lineup.
Carroll!
They're all in the lineup today.
I think I heard that only one right-hander has ever hit the ball into McCovey Cove.
Elliot Ramos.
Wow.
They were talking about it last night.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The results, 38% say Corbin Carroll, 27 Ketel, 22 Josh Naylor, 11 say Pavin Smith, and 3% other. Alec Thomas in the lineup, looking for his first homer maybe. Who knows? Yeah.
Good luck, Alec. That's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata want to know, who would you start, sit or cut?
Well, we need to focus on who's the next right-handed hitter to hit one into the Cove. Does Aaron Judge play there this year?
That's a good
Look
question.
that up. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your open there, Jarrett.
No, that's interesting. It's hard to believe that hasn't happened more than once.
That ballpark's been around for a while.
This is Start, Sit, Cut. I will be presenting Bickley and Murata 3 options, and they'll have to tell me which they would start, sit, and cut, essentially ranking them from 1 to 3 based on the question. And we'll start with looking into the future. We talked we had a good discussion about what the Suns really, really down and dirty should do with Devin Booker going forward. Do they need to do a total rebuild? If the possibility was there to trade him for the number 1 pick, would they take it? et cetera, et cetera. But I want to ask you guys, look into the future. Which of these players is most likely to still be on their current team 3 years from now?
All right.
Start, sit, cut. Devin Booker, Kyler Murray, Zach Gallen.
Most likely?
Most likely. To be on the team 3 years from now.
Yes.
I will start Devin Booker. I will sit Kyler Murray. I will cut Zach Gallen.
That's the order I have, too. Because there was some articles that came out on Zach Gallen, who's in the last year of his contract, being about a $100 million guy. I think the Diamondbacks would go down that road if he had pitched better to this point. He still has time to turn the season around.
When they say 100, like 3 years, $100 million?
Over $100 million total contract value.
Yeah.
I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
That's the order I have, although I don't feel good about Murray or Gallen being here in 3 years.
And I guess the Booker thing would have to be a total shift in policy for what they.
Well, it would have to be Devin Booker getting so fed up after next season or the next 2 years that he'd want out.
Right. All right. We'll wait and see on that. But let's go more positive, look into the future. Most likely to win. I'm sorry. Most likely. Which is most likely? Let me say it that way. This season.
So you answered the question. You were putting the finishing touches on this before the break?
Yeah.
Well, I forgot how
preparation is just showing it's beaming.
I forgot how I wanted to phrase
Okay,
this.
go ahead.
Which is most likely to happen in this season or this upcoming season?
Okay.
Corbin Carroll finishes in the top 3 in MVP. Kyler Murray finishes in the top 3 in MVP. Sam Levitt finishes in the top 3 in the Heisman.
Ooh, I'll start on this
Most
one.
likely.
I will start Corbin Carroll finishing top 3 in the National League MVP. That's a tough one. I'll sit Sam Levitt finishing top 3 Heisman. That's really optimistic.
Yeah.
And I'll cut Kyler Murray being top 3 in NFL MVP.
Yeah.
Is that your order too?
No. I'm gonna start Corbin Carroll. I'm gonna sit Kyler Murray. I'm gonna cut Sam Levitt. I can see a scenario where Sam Levitt makes that happen. I just think it's gonna be a run heavy attack again. It could happen. Kyler Murray's been an MVP candidate. He's never sustained it before, but that's why I have him in my list.
You have Jordan Tyson, who's right now projected to be the top wide receiver drafted next year.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Levitt will come into the season with some national hype, and it's been a while since ASU has had somebody like that. All right, the NFL schedule comes out today. It has already leaked out a bit, but we know all the international games. The NFL will be playing games in South America, again in Brazil, and all across Western Europe at least. Spain, Ireland, England, and Germany will all host regular season games. Which continent would you like to see, or which continent should the NFL next expand to for a regular season game? Start, sit, cut. Asia, Australia, and Africa. Because they've never played games any of those places, right? Did they ever play in Tokyo or?
I don't think so.
No, college football is played in Tokyo.
Okay.
But.
I'll start Australia. I will sit Africa. I will cut Asia.
Yeah, I think these are. Here's where you're getting into big time logistical problems.
The time differences.
Australia, going to play a game in Australia would be cool, but would you need like 2 weeks off to recover from the travel? I don't have a problem. Starting Australia, sitting Africa, and cutting Asia.
Now, because of population in the market, you would think that the NFL is thinking, well, Japan and China, if we could somehow get into that like baseball has, but...
Yeah, but this is, I mean... We were talking yesterday about the appetite for American football in these European countries, and I think it's very high, and that's why they're kind of checking those boxes. I honestly don't know what the appetite is in Australia, in any of those places for American football.
Well, Australia, they do like they love the rugby, and
Australian rules football.
And Australian rules football. Asia, the cultural divide, I just don't see football speaking or resonating with in the Pacific Rim. They love basketball. They love golf. They love baseball. I just don't. I of course they'd love to have that marketplace,
right?
But I just don't see it. I just don't see the culture feeling it. I just don't.
ASU played a game in Tokyo once upon a time.
Really?
It's the University of Houston.
Oh, interesting.
Blown out.
All right. The Pope is from Chicago.
Really? I hadn't heard that.
The Pope is from Chicago.
Yeah.
But what I'm asking you is who would be the Pope of Chicago? Start, sit, cut. Mike Ditka.
Uh-huh.
Michael Jordan. Bill Murray.
Is this my order to start?
Yeah.
The obvious answer to start is Bill Murray. I'll sit Jordan, I'll cut Ditka. Even though Ditka is so...
Yeah.
Ditka.
I'm going to start Mike Ditka.
Really?
Yes. I am going to sit Bill Murray, and I'll cut Michael Jordan. Like I said, as somebody who grew up in Chicago, there was always a belief that we don't deserve Michael Jordan. Well, this is not... He doesn't belong here. We're winning three-peats? What? This isn't us. Mike Ditka is Chicago. Bill Murray is Chicago, too.
Yeah, that's the thing is Jordan obviously associated so deeply with Chicago, but did he ever feel like a Chicagoan like those other two do?
I'll never forget this as long as I live. People who were with me in Miami when the Bears played in that Super Bowl, the Rex Grossman Super Bowl. Ditka, Bears fans were everywhere. Ditka showed up in an event and everybody was going crazy. Mike Ditka was actually blessing Bears fans as if he were the Pope.
Wow.
So, Mike Ditka.
What about Pope Rex Grossman?
Yeah. Pope Vince Vaughn.
Pope Vince Vaughn.
Pope Vince Vaughn.
That's a great question.
Yep. All right, there you go.
The
You
Pope
have
of Phoenix.
Yeah, who would that be? Alice Cooper.
Start, sit, cut. Gambo.
Oh, boy.
Gambo. And Gambo.
Look, I know the Pope.
Or we've been start, set,
You've been cut.
And cut it.
Cutted.
Yes, we have been.
Final thoughts coming up on this Wednesday. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs pitching knocked around by Giants. Dan Bickley writes that the Suns' redemption arc could start with the Mikal Bridges reunion, and post-lottery NBA mock drafts make matches for the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. A few questions for you. Do you have missing or loose teeth? Have you been wearing dentures that don't really fit? Are you struggling to eat because of these inconveniences? Or do you cringe when it's time to take photos because you are embarrassed by your smile? If you answered yes to any of those questions, give me a minute to tell you about New Life Dental Implant Center. They can restore your ability to chew, speak, and yes, smile again. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices. Everything is done digitally, which means there is no human error. There's no guesswork. It means your new implants, your new smile is going to be perfect, guaranteed. Great convenience. Everything happens under one roof at New Life Dental Implant Center, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, and the unbeatable pricing. This is truly what they're vibing on. They want their implants to be available to people of limited means, people with limited or no insurance, and they're putting their proverbial money where their mouth is. All on fours, $9,900 per arch. It's a great price, no hidden costs, one price from start to finish, 0% financing available. This is how they're transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley. You can be next. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000. Find them online at newsmilearizona.com.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Business is insane at Santan Ford because they have employee pricing going on right now. It's the Memorial Day sales event with special offers galore. And the kicker? Selection, selection, selection. Right now, thousands of sweet Fords are on the ground and ready for you to test drive. The Ford you really want is at Santan Ford, and the time to buy is right now. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Come on, oh baby, don't you wanna go? Come on, oh baby, don't you wanna go?
This would be the unofficial theme song of the Pope of Chicago.
Yeah, you'd have to put John Belushi in that category.
Right, except he's dead.
Well, that is true.
I was trying to pick living people, but yes.
You could put Cardinal Jim Belushi.
Right.
He's very Chicago.
Yeah, oh, he is.
That was an interesting question.
I knew Jim Belushi a little bit in Chicago.
Oh,
he
yeah?
was a huge Blackhawks fan. Yeah.
We had Jim
I
Belushi
remember
on the
that.
show
Yes.
once upon a time.
That's right. And you discussed it.
That's right.
I felt bad for Dan Aykroyd after John Belushi died, and he kept trying to continue the Blues Brothers. So you had Jim Belushi come in. You had John Goodman come in.
Oh, yeah.
The Blues Brothers was the first rated R movie I ever saw at age 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was that rated R?
It gets a little spicy. There's some spicy language in it.
I don't think I've watched it in its entirety since I was 9 years old. But I did try to watch the second Blues Brothers movie that I made years later. God, was that awful.
Yeah. The first one's good. It's just a series of set pieces, though.
Yeah.
Them doing different like music acts and comedy sketches.
Sweet Home Chicago by the Blues Brothers.
The Blues Brothers.
The Blues Brothers. That a song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Pope of Phoenix, Clue Haywood.
Oh!
Although he might have too much of an affinity for Tucson to be eligible.
Yeah, it's possible. Maybe Chris Bianco and his great pizza and restaurants.
Good call, good call. Schedule leaks. We said we'd be monitoring them. We've only had one that's broken today actually two. We know week 4, the first one that came out, the Arizona Cardinals will host the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime. You're all set on how a game is distributed on Amazon Prime, right?
Don't do that to me, Vinny. Don't do that to me.
That's going way. That soundbite's probably like 8 years old now. Time is just careening out of control.
Oh,
that's the
tell
week
me
4
about it.
matchup. According to the reports that are out there, we got a good chunk of games week 1 that we've identified, including Cardinals at Saints in New Orleans, starting off against New Orleans, according to Nick Underhill, and he covers the Saints for NewOrleans.football. So that's what we've got so far. Sure, more leaks coming today with Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. They've each got like half shows today because Diamondbacks played day baseball in San Francisco. I was going to bring this up too. I know it's one game, and it looked pretty good. That was one of the highlights for me last night. Tim Tawa getting the start in center field against the left-handed pitcher.
Right.
Not only did he hit the ball, he looked pretty smooth in center field, didn't he?
Certainly did. Yeah.
So I think as long as he's hitting the ball decently, the propensity to play a left-handed hitting center fielder against a left-handed pitcher, whether it's Alec Thomas, who's up now, or Jake McCarthy when he comes back from the minor leagues, I don't think you have to do that anymore.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think you're right about that. He's been quite a pleasant surprise.
All right, there's a new movie being made, apparently, a sports movie, and it's a biopic of John Madden.
All right.
The casting in this is very interesting. Nick Cage as John Madden, Christian Bale as Al Davis.
I see that. I see the latter.
Have you seen
I don't
the
see
picture? There's a picture from the set.
Wow.
Christian Bale pulls it off. Christian Bale's kind of a chameleon.
Exactly.
at
He's
this
like
point
one of
his
those
career.
method actor hardcore.
Yeah, because he'll gain the weight.
He played Dick Cheney, for goodness
He played
sakes.
Dick Cheney and looked a lot like him. I'm not sure I'm buying Nick Cage as John Madden.
either am I.
And I wonder how much of the John Madden character becomes an impression. You have to guard against that in a lot of cases. He's certainly one of those figures where you can't do the impression. You agree?
You mean you can't do it?
Because it becomes a caricature. It becomes
Like
Frank
you can't have Frank
Caliendo.
Caliendo doing it.
Yeah, I mean, because like if they made a movie of Harry Carey's life,
Okay.
late in life, somebody just doing a bad impression of Harry Carey would be unwatchable. First example that comes to mind.
Like Will Ferrell's impression of Harry Carey.
Which is terrible. And that's the standard impression that most people have now.
Yeah. I see that. I understand that. That makes sense.
If the moon was made out of hot dogs, would you eat it? Terrible.
Terrible. So, what is the movie about?
I don't know what the plot arc
Directed
is.
by a great
David
director.
O. Russell is the director, so this is gonna be a serious picture.
Interesting.
And Christian Bale doesn't really do bad projects.
From what I'm reading, it is pretty much his whole professional life, John Madden, from a coach to the video game to a broadcaster.
To the guy who was afraid to fly, so he took the Madden Cruiser. You remember the Madden Cruiser showed up in Arizona? We all thought the Cardinals had finally made it. We're like, wow, John Madden made it to our
The first
team.
time we saw the Goodyear blimp above Sun Devil
right,
Stadium.
right.
John Mulaney plays the president of EA Sports.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Catherine Hahn plays John's wife. Sienna Miller plays Al Davis's wife.
Look, I don't know what to think of John Mulaney, the actor. I don't think I've seen him in any movies.
Yeah.
But that's a serious cast. And for as weird as Nick Cage has got, he still churns out some good movies.
Yeah.
You ever see a Dream Scenario?
I haven't.
That is a strange movie. Came out last year or the year before. The plot line, he just plays this normal college professor, and millions of people around the world have a recurring dream of him. He's just a normal guy, but just random people all dream about him and how it
That's
affects
a wild
how it affects his
concept.
life. It's very, very weird movie.
Wow.
Yeah, but we need a good sports movie.
That one interests me because the Al Davis Raiders, they were unlike any other NFL franchise.
Did either of you see the Air Jordan movie?
Yes, it was very good.
It was very good.
I enjoyed it thoroughly.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you should watch it. It was
Wow.
really good. It was great.
Really?
Great acting, and you think, okay, it's a movie about a shoe. Right. It was fascinating.
Okay,
and I
I'll
think
check
it was
that out.
pretty historically accurate too.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Jason Bateman was in that. Really good movie. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Hayden Connor, Alex Weiner for joining us. We are back tomorrow bright and early at 6 o'clock. We'll have the full look at the Cardinals schedule and a recap of Dbacks Giants Game 3. And a day off tomorrow for the Dbacks. Not for us. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend. Fantasy football GMs, if you're considering the NFL schedule for making your picks, you might be a little too much into fantasy, bro. We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed, so keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com.
Hey there, it's Mike Broomhead. You know, we're always talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys for good reason. Here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. Guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero. Nothing. Well, he called Sweet James. Not only did they have his medical bills taken care of, but they secured a whopping $10 million win. I mean, that's life-changing money, right? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference. That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique. They can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side. Don't wait. Call because waiting may hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000 or online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs struggled again to win back-to-back games in their 10-6 loss to the Giants last night, and here's manager Torey Lovello on the team trying to find some consistency.
Because we need to start to play really consistent night after night, and I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here, but we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
Get ready for some afternoon baseball today because the rubber match between the two is at 12:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other baseball news, the MLB has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson, which now makes them eligible for the MLB Hall of Fame. And in the NBA, the Pacers took care of the Cavs 114-105 last night, sending the number one team in the East home in just 5 games. And the Thunder are now just 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals, beating the Nuggets 112-105 and outscoring them by 15 points in the fourth quarter. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Wednesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and everything's going on because you got the NFL schedule released today.
Man, this is one of the most exciting days. It really is, for me at least, in the Wolf Lake compound.
Yes, I think it's that way for a lot of people. I'm fired up, and we already know which teams the Cardinals are going to play, and I'm still fired up because I want to see the order. And you know, there's a lot to look for there. We're going to get into that throughout the show. We got a short show today, Wolf, so we're going to have to talk really fast. Okay,
yeah.
Because the Dbacks Giants Game 3 is at 12:45, pregame at noon.
Short show.
I know you look all broken up over it.
Come on now, let's go. Let's broadcast, shall we?
Can you pull it together, though, for the 2 hours?
I'm going to be able to do it, man. I'm going to bring it today for the 2 hours. We're going to be on the air, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, start swinging, beating the air in your flat boots. Metaphorically speaking.
I think they'd probably let you walk into a different studio for the last 2 hours and record a 2-hour podcast.
Yeah.
Just exclusive Wolf content.
Can't wait for that podcast.
That's going to be good. Let's start with the D-backs. Last night, they lose to San Francisco. Wolf, there's a lot of different directions to go with that game. Bullpen didn't look great. Brandon Pfaadt didn't look great. Corbin Carroll is great. So wherever you want to start.
What do you say we start with the Predator? I mean, how about that right there?
Let's do that.
The Predator
Start with the good news.
just going out there and doing predatorial things as he is doing right now. It's just great to actually see this once again. The confirmation of Corbin Carroll and how he is playing, especially early on. That is the one consistent thing that we have seen. It really, I'm trying to think of another player that has been really as consistent as Corbin Carroll has.
The names I would submit, I know they haven't been as consistent as Corbin Carroll, but I would say Merrill Kelly and Josh Naylor at the plate.
Yes.
Josh Naylor at the plate's been pretty good.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think Josh Naylor overall has been really, really good.
Yeah.
I think consistently. I think not as consistently good as Corbin Carroll has been, but consistency, guys. This is the problem right now with the Arizona Diamondbacks, as I see it. They cannot stack wins right now because they have not played consistently enough.
Agreed. Rick, do you have something?
Oh, I was just going to say Geraldo Perdomo is also a player that has been very consistent. Might be second for me, actually.
Yeah, he has. That's a good one. So Corbin Carroll's been consistently great.
Yes.
I would say Perdomo, Naylor, and Merrill Kelly have all been consistently really, really
Those
good.
are excellent offerings right there, but it really is. Why can't the Diamondbacks stack wins? They're not consistent enough. You look at it. Starting pitching. Just say that. Has that been consistent right now?
It's getting better, but no.
It's getting better, but overall, we'd all say no.
I shouldn't say as everybody, but as some of them are getting better, Brandon Pfaadt's had 2 rough outings in his last 3 games.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Consistent to start the season. I don't think anybody's worried about Brandon Pfaadt, but he struggled last night. 4 earned runs in just 4 innings. They had to go to the bullpen. The bullpen was a mixed bag, Wolf. I mean, if you look really closely at it, you can find some positives. Kevin Ginkel gave you a scoreless inning.
Sure.
So you feel like maybe, okay, that's the first step in getting back on track.
Gink is the $6 million man. We can rebuild him. Google it, my young grunts. I mean, we can rebuild him.
We should
yes,
just play
indeed.
that every time he has a scoreless inning until he's back to being Kevin Ginkel.
Okay.
Kendall Graveman, his first appearance as a D-back, 1 shutout inning, so that was encouraging.
That was nice.
But Murillo and Mantiply, 6 runs in 2 innings between the two.
Well, once again, has the bullpen been consistent now? It has not been consistent.
The bullpen,
once again.
And here's the thing about that last night. Yeah, Brandon Pfaadt didn't have it the way he's had it all season, but if the bullpen doesn't give up 6 runs in 4 innings, you may have come back and won because the Diamondbacks, ended up putting up 6, and they had bases loaded with just 1 out in the 8th and somehow came away with nothing.
Could tell.
Yeah, that was rough.
Could tell.
It was not my favorite at bat of the year.
Could tell, honestly. We're going to talk about that later based on his first pitch swinging. Come on, could tell.
Yeah, no. How about just no more first pitch swinging? How about we'll just take the strike?
Please.
Worst case, you take the strike.
Okay. Don't get me sidetracked. So, you know what, though? I like that. I love the fact you brought that up right there, Luke, as a matter of fact. I reject myself. And you had starting pitching not consistent enough, bullpen, of course, not consistent enough, and the lineup as well. The lineup for the Diamondbacks has seemed like it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
Does it not feel that way?
Yeah.
Like you're going to score 11 runs and you're still going to lose the game because you scored 11 runs.
Now there is
or you're going to score 2 runs and win the game.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why right now when you look at the lineup, all or nothing type lineup that we have seen, they're 22-21 on the season.
Yeah.
Inconsistent play from every area of their team right now. The lineup, the bullpen, starting pitching, even defensively.
In their last 2 wins, the Diamondbacks have scored 3 and 2 runs. In 2 of their last 3 losses, they've scored 6 and 11 runs.
Yes.
That just sums it up right there. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
Getting a rhythm. I agree with that. And that's really disappointing to me because we need to start to play really consistent night after night. And I know that we're capable of doing that. I've seen us do it. It's our standard here. But we got to find a way to make it all sync up the way we normally the way we normally do. And when we do, we're going to start to win a lot of baseball games.
Now, I can hear the critique. I mean, when you are just kind of hovering around 500 when a lot of us, I mean, myself included, believe this to be a playoff team that you don't want to meet in the playoffs. But you got to get in the playoffs first. There's going to be criticism, and I can already hear the critiques from a lot of Tory doubters of, well, yeah, part of the reason your lineup doesn't have consistency is because you switch it up so much. And you can have that conversation, man. The lineup does look a lot different, a lot of different nights.
Yeah.
But you can't blame Torey for the starting pitching or the bullpen because that is they got to figure out something with the bullpen, man, because it's
yeah. Well,
their
Torey
ceiling.
has actually come under a lot of criticism for how he manages the bullpen.
Yeah, That one, though, I feel like he
for
has
me,
to
I
have
would
everything
not do
to work
that.
with.
Yeah, I would not do that. There are reasons why skippers go ahead and actually go with a guy and don't go with a guy in certain situations.
Yeah.
There are. We will not know the reason why.
Every manager gets that criticism, too, at some point in the year. But the lineup, you can look and say, okay, that was very different last night. Tim Tawa's in center field, and Geraldo Perdomo's not playing.
You know what's really weird, too? We're talking about this lack of consistency right now, an all-or-nothing type approach with a lineup and just the over-general lack of consistency right here. The Diamondbacks they have had 4 comfortable wins. 4 comfortable wins. That's where you win a game by 5 runs or more. Okay, so you take the grand slam out of it. To me, that's a comfortable win.
Wow.
When you win. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at it now as you're saying it. I didn't even really think that.
Yeah, they've had 4 comfortable wins, and they've had 6 uncomfortable losses where they've lost by more than 4 runs. 5 runs or more. That's an uncomfortable loss. Even that, Basinonians, is pretty balanced. Even that. And it's one of the reasons why I think they're 22-21 on the season right now.
The comfortable wins you're talking about, too, they're all very early in the season. Like the latest one I see is April 9th. I might be missing one on here somewhere. Yeah, I guess April 15th against Miami, but that's a month ago. I mean, you're right. They haven't had a lot of comfortable wins. All these games seem to be coming down to the wire. And when the bullpen does what it did last night, you put a cap on yourself in terms of being able to rally. You're down early to Robbie Ray. Okay, but once Robbie Ray leaves, you come back. But the problem is you've given up so many runs in the bullpen that you can't have a 6-5 come from behind win or something. Well, we were supposed to talk about Corbin Carroll. Here's the list of guys with more home runs than him. Okay, Wolf, and this is in the National League. Here's the guys with more home runs. Nobody. Okay. The major leagues.
The Predator is on the hunt, bruh.
Here's the list of players in all of the major leagues with more home runs than Corbin Carroll. Nobody. Okay, we'll go to break. He has as many home runs as Aaron Judge now.
Nice.
All right, we come back. The Cardinals will reportedly be playing on the road in Week 1. If this is the real matchup, it's exactly what I asked for yesterday, actually. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first, that's in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
D-backs at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. Yeah, 20 years. It's their 20th anniversary this May. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated. That's right, Basinonians. Robert Mulvin and his team have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality, custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens, of course, offering free installation on all products and free estimates. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps some 20 degrees on those patios right now. You got to schedule your free in-home consultation. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You don't have to wait around. You find your new home, just move into it. Let's get that part done. That part's hard enough as it is. Don't waste time. Don't let somebody else slide in there and take your new home. Just buy it first. On your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, but this is important. Still get top dollar for your old home. You're not just forgetting about that with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
They not like us. They not like us.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dbacks pitching knocked around by Giants. Dan Bickley writes that the Suns' redemption arc could start with the Mikal Bridges reunion, and post-lottery NBA mock drafts make matches for the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Wolf, we did this yesterday. We went through, NFL schedule release is today. So we went through and we tried to we put together the ideal Cardinals schedule, right?
Yeah.
We were aware of the other games around the league that have already kind of leaked out. We knew Dallas, Philadelphia. We know that's the opener on Thursday Night Football Week 1. But as a consensus, you and I put together the list, and we decided on Dallas as the Week 1 game. That would be ideal, right? Because you wanted... I'll let you explain.
Yes.
You wanted to play a team that you know everybody's going to be paying attention.
Yeah, first of all, the Dallas Cowboys, the star. On the road, to me, once again, it gets your attention because they've got some names, of course. They're the Dallas Cowboys, and, I still believe that gets the attention of some of your players in the league when they play against Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Right, but the thing that is likely, Jera, is the fact that the star will get the attention on the road, especially as to, getting your attention to get your intensity level up and at 'em. That's what you need. Get that intensity level high. And I think that would happen because of that. That's why I wanted that. I used to love that. Actually, in training camp, and the coach would be pointing to week 1 of the season, saying, we better be ready to go against these guys. You better be ready to go against these guys, and if you're not, we're in trouble. And everyone knew you were in trouble. And nobody wants to lose to the Dallas Cowboys.
So you're going to be on point right out of the gate.
Correct.
I didn't hate your logic. we switched away from what my pick would have been to go with yours of Dallas, okay? Now, it wasn't a prediction. We knew they can't play Dallas in the first week. It was just what would be the perfect schedule. We built the whole thing. I would say you could see it online, but I don't think we ever posted it, and I could post it today when the show's over if you want. The team I originally wanted, though, was the New Orleans Saints. The Cardinals are going to play them on the road this season. Go play New Orleans week 1. They don't have a quarterback right now. Now, that's not meant as a knock on Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck or whoever they're going to use at quarterback.
Yeah.
But in week 1, they're not going to have it. One of these guys may turn into a really good or great quarterback. Who knows? It's probably not going to be week 1. Well, Rick found a guy online, which makes it sound like it's not reputable, but I think this guy is fairly reputable.
Okay.
Who claims, and he's a Saints reporter, right, Rick? That's who. So he's
Saints reporter. Lots of followers that are legit.
Okay. Well, he claims that the Saints are opening with the Cardinals in week 1.
Okay.
To which I say, perfect.
Okay. So wait a minute right now. You're saying this guy actually works for the team? He's a Saints reporter?
No, he works for a website that covers the Saints.
Okay. Well, I think what you would say, Rick, is that there's a lot of people who have websites that say they cover the Saints. So I guess what I'm saying is this guy the official guy or not?
No, but
is he an official guy?
No, but he's followed by Adam Schefter, Darren Urban.
Derb follows him right there.
Field Yates.
Oh, okay. So now so a little bit of credibility maybe is here. But once again, it's not absolute. We're not going there. We're not reporting that. Is that right?
No, the Saints haven't posted it.
We're speculating.
The Cardinals haven't posted it. The schedule doesn't come out till, 5 o'clock today? It's after the 5 o'clock game.
Yes.
Yeah, so but this is the way that it happens. All these leaks come down, right? These leaks.
I would love that if it was the Saints. I mean, I'm not joking around. When we did this yesterday, that was my first choice for the first game because you get a road game out of the way.
Yes.
I did like your logic of, okay, you play a team like Dallas, it snaps you into you better be on point to start the season. And we saw that, I think, with the Cardinals last year against Buffalo. Buffalo's a better team than Dallas. Cardinals didn't win, but I felt like it kind of forced them to lock in. But, man, you play New Orleans in week 1, and they're going to be so much worse in theory than they will be in week 12 or whatever.
Yeah. And, once again, I thought the Dallas Cowboys, the reason why I wanted to start with them was the fact that I don't think they're going to be great. Not like they're a great team. I think they're going to be okay. And yet you're playing the Dallas Cowboys because people see the star and they think of the Dallas Cowboys and we're on the road and this is going to be a game in Texas and it's going to be tough. And I love all of that. It gets your attention. It helps you focus when you're in training camp. But having said this, okay, what if it is the New Orleans Saints right now? What if it is? I like the fact that this is a winnable game right out of the gate. It's a winnable game.
Winnable, and you better win it. Quite honestly, when you look at the Cardinals' schedule, if you just look at their opponents, home and away, this should be one of your easiest games on paper. Stuff changes as the season goes, but at least in week 1, you're playing a team that doesn't necessarily have a quarterback set. Now, it's a road game.
Right.
The last time the Cardinals won their first game of the season, Wolf, was the Chandler Jones 4-sack game against the Titans.
Yeah.
That's a little while ago. Let's win the opener.
That is. Yeah. Once again, though, week 1 in the NFL, Basinonians, it is the craziest week of the season as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Week 1 of the NFL. You see a lot more upsets in week 1 than you're ever going to see. Teams that you thought were going to be good, they come out and they lay an egg in week 1. And then suddenly they get better as the season unfolds. Week 1 is really a crapshoot for the most part in the NFL right now. So having said that, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
But the Saints, I think we all expect them to struggle a little bit.
That's why when you and I were talking through this yesterday and trying to put together the whole schedule, it's ultimately why I relented to what you were saying of put somebody better in week 1. Probably the best case scenario is to get New Orleans in week 2. Play the Rams in week 1 when they're not totally locked in yet either, right? And then get New Orleans in week 2. Okay, you kind of got your feet under you, and you just go out there and in theory you destroy New Orleans.
So what do the New Orleans Saints like to do, Basinonians? What do they like to do offensively? They like to line up. They like to run the ball. That's what they like to do. And Alvin Kamara is really, really good in terms of running the ball.
He is.
He's one of my favorite backs. I love him. He's a guy that is a a big play threat from time to time. I think he is very underrated. Alvin Kamara, I love the way he runs the ball as well. He's not hyper physical, but he's not also a very big guy, so he's got to be careful about how many hits he takes, and he has been injured in the past few years. Having said all of that, they run the ball really, really well. Isn't it going to be interesting to see if the Arizona Cardinals rush defense is going to come out and shut him down early? And we look at that box right now with that defensive line for the Arizona Cardinals. It's much more equipped to do just that.
So the idea that you play the Saints in Week 1 is, it's not just, I mean, this is, what's the name, Rick? Nick Underhill is the one who has it out there. And it's not like he's like tweeting out the entire Saints schedule. He just has the Saints open their season at home against the Cardinals. The only other thing he has on there on X is the Saints play the Broncos Week 3 of the preseason at home. I feel like everybody plays the Broncos Week 3 of the preseason every year.
Yeah, it's weird.
This is Pat McAfee and Ian Rappaport from the Pat McAfee show yesterday, because, you know, every team puts out their schedule release video. I don't know what the Cardinals schedule release video is, but this has become kind of a competitive thing, right, between all 32 teams in the league. And you see, I mean, this is where the NFL is so genius with their marketing.
Oh, man.
You could sit there and watch all 32 NFL schedule release videos today, and you're going to be entertained, and there's going to be 4 or 5 that really stand out. According to Pat McAfee and Ian Rappaport, one of those that stands out is going to be the Cardinals.
I just got a text on this topic from a pretty good source. Hearing Cardinals digital team has a banger of a schedule release this year.
Okay, that'd be good news for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Cardinals potentially kind of changing the way you think about them. You know, with the moves that they made, you know, they get Calais, they bring Calais Campbell back. I think that's a big deal. I think a lot of people in Miami were pretty bummed out about that. But you talk about the coaching staff, the video, you could kind of change an image with how this whole thing goes.
Yeah, you
So
know
now
what? The line of scrimmage. The line of scrimmage has changed. It has been altered by Monty Ossenford, of course. And this team, the line of scrimmage. Think about this. I'll leave you with this, Pacers. If, in fact, they are going to play the New Orleans Saints in Week 1 of the season, the Saints were number 31 in rushing yards per game allowed and number 31 in rushing yards per play allowed. You can still hear the screaming of the lambs. Can you not, Clarice?
I like that we have leaks about the schedule releases now, because now I've been trying to figure out for the last 24 hours what's going to make their schedule release a banger of a video. I've got some ideas. I don't know. I mean, we got to see it. You know, we got to see if it actually is.
Wolf, are you involved?
I was just going to say, Rick, do you think Wolf's in it? Are you sure?
Yeah, no way.
We're all staring at Wolf right now.
No way, man. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not in the thing.
He's not giving me eye contact, so I'm
I'm not in it, so knock it off.
Like a 3-minute Pantera
You know I do
call
love
out.
eye contact, though. You know that, Rick. I love that.
A 3-minute Pantera call out as the schedule release. That would be my suggestion for next year. Cardinals. I haven't seen this year's yet.
Well, Wolf's been at work, so that didn't happen.
That's true. He's been here. All right. When we come back, what is the best case scenario for the Diamondbacks bullpen? And how do they get there quickly? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What do you need more? Do you need a fifth starter more? Or do you need a guy who can actually close a baseball game because they've blown 8 saves?
I think because Puck and Martinez and Graveman are coming back, I still think you need a starter more. Not now, but you will.
At some point.
At some point you will. I still think that's a more valuable spot.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Well, if you are right now, man, look no further than Presidential Pools. Go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools and Spas as the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earn my business, and I'm recommending them to you because of what they did for us at the Wolfley compound. It was absolutely fantastic. Over 7 years ago, we had them come over. They put their pool in our backyard. I can tell you right now, it was one of the best things we ever did. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they're now offering exclusive discounts for military members and first responders. Maybe you're ready to dive in right now. What you need to do, brothers, is go to presidentialpools.com today. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news. For real people.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a tough night for Diamondbacks pitching in San Francisco as the Snakes fell 10-6 to the Giants at Oracle Park. Starter Brandon Pfaadt allowed 4 runs in just 4 innings, and relievers Juan Murillo and Joe Mantiply allowed 3 runs apiece. The rubber match of the series is this afternoon in the Bay Area. First pitch is at 12:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will try to bounce back from a rough outing against the Los Angeles Dodgers last week. And according to Saints reporter Nick Underhill, the Arizona Cardinals will open their season in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the Diamondbacks finish their 16 games in 16 days stretch? We'll react to the finale against the Giants on today's Burns and Gambo show.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning heading into Dbacks Giants. Game 3 of this 3-game series between these two clubs. Wolf, last night, we talked about it briefly. You get Kendall Graveman back. He looks good.
Yeah.
first inning. I mean, his first inning, not in the first inning, but small sample size.
Did his job, and we'll take that.
He did, because they really need reinforcements. Kevin Ginkel pitched a scoreless inning in there, so you're hoping to just any good sign with Gink, I'm taking as like a real thing, because he has such a strong history. Now, his numbers this year are not good, but you give me a scoreless inning and start stacking a few of those. And I said this yesterday, I feel like once you get structure back in the bullpen, some of these guys that are struggling, like Kevin Ginkel, and even to a much lesser extent, Ryan Thompson, I think those guys are going to lock back in. Some of these guys, I don't know, though. Like, they had 2 pitchers last night give up 6 runs in 2 innings, and unfortunately, that's not the first time that's happened.
No, but, this is where the Diamondbacks are right now because of the injury situation, especially in the back end of the bullpen right now. I think there's a lot of guys in that bullpen that really don't know what their job is or when they're going to be coming into games. Or I think it's a little bit of a surprise. I think you still have that going on back there. It's a very fluid situation in the bullpen, and by all accounts, and I'm talking about players that we talk to, the fact that there is so much fluidity is not a good thing in the back end of the bullpen. And I'm talking about guys that we talk to, like Ryan Thompson, who told us, hey, listen, you know what? Hey, you need stability in the back end. You need that stability in the back end, and it really sets up everybody else for their job.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and we both agreed at that point.
Yeah, and, that was said to us during spring training. That wasn't, like, used as an excuse now by somebody. Like, oh, it's not working. Well, you know why? It's because of this. That was said in spring training when everybody thought there would be some structure to the bullpen. And it's also been said without words over the last few seasons. We saw it in the season where you go to the World Series. To me, that's the year I keep using as the standard, because why wouldn't you? The start of that season, they didn't have a ton of structure in the bullpen, and the bullpen was an issue. It was basically like it is now. Then they get Paul Sewald in here, and it wasn't just Sewald. Everybody else slid into place, and all of a sudden you had a lot more structure.
And that has been a common theory throughout baseball for decades.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here.
Correct.
But you do need to get some of these guys back, I think, realistically, to put that together. Joe Mantiply really struggled last night. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
Joe, once again, needs to get into a little bit of a rhythm, and it's seems like every time he makes a mistake, he pays for it. I love the matchup with him and their number 4 hitter. He just got clipped on a breaking ball, so maybe a little bit more finish, a little bit more conviction with his pitches. We need to get him on a roll. We need Joe Mantiply to be able to go out there and get big outs, especially against left-handed batters, the way he typically does.
In his last 6 appearances, Joe Mantiply has given up at least 1 run in all of them. He's given up multiple runs in 4 of them. And you got to remember, this is a guy that's pitching 1 inning when he comes in. He was really good for them in past years. He's been really good. You understand why Torey Lovello wants him to get right. He's a lefty out of the bullpen who's had success here, but he is really struggling this year.
Once again, I know this is the way that it goes in professional sports, Space Earnings. It is nasty. It is a mercenary league through and through. And, all I could think of watching Joe Mantiply was, I wonder, hey, is it a possibility that he might get DFA'd? Is it a possibility that it could be a situation where they've seen enough from Joe Mantiply, to your point, in his last 6 outings?
It feels like they're going to want to take a look at the bullpen and just kind of, I don't even know what, put it back together, basically.
Right. At this point, though, with the bullpen issues being what they are, it seems unlikely that would happen.
Well, and that's why we keep having this conversation of, who do you trust in the bullpen? I do think getting tomorrow off, just getting a day to reset, puts you in a position where you can kind of start to do that. You need to get more starting pitching performances like you got from Corbin Burns over the weekend, or like you've been getting from Merrill Kelly, where these guys are going deeper into games, and so you don't have to use 4 or 5 relievers or whatever. But then you absolutely, and I'm sure they've already done this, have to identify who you trust and just kind of build from there. Shelby Miller has earned your trust. Jalen Beeks has earned your trust. It sounds like Justin Martinez is probably about a week away from coming back if all goes well. That's kind of the update that came out before the game yesterday, and that's kind of been the timeline that they've been working with. He's throwing a live session today. Obviously, anytime Justin Martinez does anything right now, you're paying close attention. They are as well, and they're asking him how he feels. But if you could get him back, and then you have Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, and you hopefully get Kevin Ginkel going right again.
Yeah,
I do think Ryan Thompson will lock in. There's 5, but the problem is 2 of those guys aren't pitching great right now. One of them isn't even pitching.
Yes. We need Kevin Ginkel. Do we not, Basinonians? We need Kevin Ginkel in the bullpen in regard to coming out and being that taser. Yes, being the taser. He could show up in the 6th inning. He could show up in the 7th. He might show up in the 8th. He might show up. He might close. We need him to get back to being Gink. And, man, it's been rough watching him. I thought Kevin Ginkel coming into the game down 3 in the 7th inning was interesting.
Yeah.
Would you call that a high leverage situation? Not really.
No.
That was the opposite. That was a low leverage situation. I think they're just getting him some work. He posted that scoreless inning, and I think that is a step in the right direction for him. I was encouraged for Genk.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
That's a step.
I don't hate that move at all because he hadn't pitched since Friday. So now it's like you're trying to save arms in the bullpen. You have a guy that hasn't pitched since Friday, and it's Tuesday, so you probably want to get him an inning anyway. But also, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to get him an inning that's not high leverage. Look, your goal is to get him back to high leverage. Him pitching when they're down doesn't mean that that's not the ultimate goal. But just get him an inning to feel good about himself. Get him another one today if you need to. You got to rebuild him. If you're going to rebuild your bullpen, there are certain guys you're going to have. Also heard this brought up a couple times during the broadcast yesterday, and this is not like a definitive timeline by any means, but there's at least this suggestion that maybe if all goes well, you could have AJ Puck back around the All-Star break, maybe even earlier, but around the All-Star break, which if you told me that at the start of the season, I would have been like, all right, well, I hate this.
Yeah.
But if you told me that a couple weeks into the season, I would have been like, all right, sign me up.
Man, that would be fantastic right there. You're going to tell me he's totally going to avoid Tommy John surgery. That would be huge.
That would be huge.
I mean, to get him back right now, yeah, you know what? That if we're hearing reports on that now, the rumor out there is probably pretty accurate, I would imagine.
I fully believe that's what they are expecting right now. Things can obviously change. You know what I mean?
Things can always change, Basinonians. There's no doubt about that. But the one thing, when you hear a rumor like that, the one thing that we can almost rule out is any type of surgery for him. And that's great.
So, I mean, if you're getting Justin Martinez back, hopefully in a week, and you're getting AJ Puck back, hopefully at some point, maybe around the halfway mark, maybe somewhere around there, you are sort of in survival mode. You do need to just kind of, I mean, ideally you'd be a few games above 500. They haven't won 2 in a row since the end of April, but at least they're not losing 2 in a row either,
right.
You know? All right, when we come back. We talked about this briefly yesterday, Wolf. And then a report came out that the Suns are interviewing quite a few candidates, actually, for the head coaching job. So we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. May is one of the best months on the sports calendar. Baseball is here, and it's going strong, and these games are starting to pick up more and more meaning by the day. We're getting deeper into the basketball playoffs. We're starting to knock some teams out of the basketball playoffs. We're getting close to the final 4 teams. The same thing in hockey. We're getting deep. We still have 8 teams left in hockey, but we're going to start losing some here in the next couple days. You need a lot of screens to keep up with all this, and Twin Peaks is the answer. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. Watch all the games on their wall-to-wall TVs. That way you don't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs: burgers, wings, loaded fries, chicken fried steak, chips and queso, flatbreads. They got desserts too, plus nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. So there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of great food there. Get in there, check it out. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, fresh Heritage Farm bone-in chicken drumsticks or thighs are on sale. Just $1.29 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
When the new head coach comes in, the one thing he's going to have is someone who has sat in that seat. Not at this level, but has sat in that seat.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, you and I had this conversation yesterday. By the way, more developments in the playoffs last night, too. Like the NBA is... it's getting interesting.
Yeah.
That Oklahoma City, Denver. I just wish. Can we just make that the championship and have them play best of 9 or something? But you and I talked about this yesterday with the Suns. The idea that we're really not hearing a ton about the head coaching search. That we really didn't hear a ton about the GM search. Just one day, Brian Gregory was the GM. And so when we were talking yesterday, I was like, look, I don't know if that's going to work for the coaching search. Like if you are interviewing people, if you have names, maybe let a few of those leak out, right? Just so fans kind of feel like, hey, we're doing due diligence, we're going through all these people. Because otherwise, whoever you hire, everybody's going to be looking like, why did you just hire him? You didn't interview anybody else? So we talked about that on the show yesterday. Gambo posted this yesterday afternoon. Said the Phoenix Suns have cast a wide net in their search for the next head coach, reaching out to and interviewing 15 to 20 candidates. The second round should begin soon, but I would not expect a final decision this week or next, most likely closer to the end of the month or early June.
Okay, so 15 to 20 candidates already.
That's more than I expected.
That is a lot more than what I expected as well.
Really interviewing a lot of people.
That is a wide net right there. Very interesting, and we can talk about that momentarily. But what do you want to see from a coach? What are What are some of the things you would like to see? Some bullet points on a coach that you would like to see the Suns possibly hire?
Well, let me just say this, even before that, this is important to me. Now, I know there's no names in there, so it's not like, hey, they're looking at these 9 guys or whatever. They're looking at 10 guys, and here's 3 of the names that have kind of leaked out. Again, the only names that have sort of leaked out, Chris Haynes had a few like a month ago before they really started the process, and there's the occasional rumor online, but I'm not going to put much stock into that if it's just somebody speculating. But just the fact that we're hearing this, I didn't want it to just be one day, hey, you haven't heard anything, here's our coach. Because there's a good chance this coach is somebody that doesn't have head coaching experience in the NBA, and that's a lot easier to stomach if you kind of let us in on the process of, hey, we talked to these 15, and now we got it down to these 7, and you don't have to give us every name, but just kind of let us in on the process as opposed to just one day out of nowhere, here's a coach that's never coached before. You know what I mean? To answer your question, communication is at the top of my list, honestly, for the next head coach.
Like, in other words, he's got great communication with his players. Yeah. Not talking about great communication with the front office. You're talking about a guy that's got great communication with his players.
Players first, front office second. I think he needs to have it with both.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people have brought up how about occasionally communicate with the media too. I don't think that'd be the worst thing in the world, but it's a distant third.
Okay, so for me right now, I'm just gonna say this. I'm not big on the communication with the front office. That's just me.
Really?
I don't need that out of a head coach.
Well, I think that's going to be one of their
They
criteria.
may want that.
Yeah.
They may want that. But for me, once again, you don't need to over-communicate, to me, Basinonians, with the front office. Just do your job. Coach these guys. That's what you've got to do. And I want a young guy, no doubt, and that's what everyone says. By all accounts, Johnny says this all the time, Gambo, on reporting this stuff, that it's going to be a young guy and it's going to be a first-time NBA head coach.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, I even though the path was a little bit different, Ime Udoka is the guy that I love.
Yeah.
And I would love to see them hire a guy like Ime Udoka. Young, aggressive, intense, flexible, and humble. Now, I don't know about the last part so much because I don't know Ime. I don't know him from a personal perspective. But there is personal humility that does happen. Now, again, he got in trouble with the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2022, as a matter of fact, there was something going on. Some said it was consensual, of course, and yet he basically was replaced as their head coach because of it.
It wasn't because of his coaching that he's not in Boston.
It wasn't because of his coaching right there. But once again, I don't know the particulars of that story, but I know it wasn't good.
Yeah.
Okay, but take away the last characteristic of humility, and that's what I would like to see.
Yeah.
I would love to see them hire young, aggressive, intense, flexible, humble. That Ime Udoka, minus the humility.
This is where it's going to take it's two things, right? If you're a fan, you kind of have to just have faith that they get it right. When we can all sit here and speculate on, oh, this guy's an assistant in Boston, or oh, this guy's an assistant in Dallas, and we think he's going to be amazing. They need to get it right. And if you're going to hire a first-year head coach, you need to be able to identify those characteristics and say, this guy's going to be good as a head coach. There are head coaches around the NBA right now that they're on their first jobs, and they're really good, and they're excelling. But it's not as easy to look and say, oh, okay, well, this guy won a championship in Milwaukee in 2021, or this guy won a championship with the Lakers in 2020, or honestly, Michael Malone, or even Taylor Jenkins. You can see what they're capable of at the NBA level. It's easier to make that hire. If they're intent on hiring a first-time head coach, that's great. It can really work, but you got to be really good behind the scenes. And there's just no way any of us are going to be able to look and identify that guy.
Yeah, in Basinonians as well, I know scheme matters. I know that's important. He knows the game of basketball. That's got to be a characteristic of the next head coach that you hire. I understand that. I'm assuming that's going to be the case. You're not going to talk to guys that don't know the game. You know what I mean? That's not going to happen. So I'm just making that, I'm just assuming that's going to be one of the characteristics that everyone they interview is going to have. scheme versus skull. Scheme versus skull. You hear it all the time. Is it the scheme or is it the skull? You know, it might be the scheme an awful lot at the college level. It might be. And even at the pro level, the scheme does matter. Coaching does matter. But what matters more to me are skulls, the talent that you have. And that's why Brian Gregory is going to be really, really important in how the Suns build this team.
Yeah, Brian Gregory has instantly become one of the most important figures in Suns history, honestly. I mean, the job that he's taking on at this time, when you could make a real strong case, this is the most important offseason in Suns history. If it's not the most, it's one of the most, right? I mean, they don't have the number one overall pick. It just depends what you're looking for.
Does it have to be historical? It's the most for us right now sitting here.
But I think historically
I don't care what happened 10 years ago. I really don't. How about right now? It's huge.
Well, because what happens now is going to impact them for the next 5 years or 10 years. I mean, you're picking a direction. You're trading away potentially one of the greatest players of all time. You're trying to get picks. You're trying to get out from under the second apron. All these things. It is one of, if not the most important offseasons in Suns history. So whoever the GM is, instantly by default, is one of the more important characters in Suns history, and he hasn't been a GM yet. So he's got to hit it out of the park right out of the gate. Not saying he can't do it, but he has to do it. This is what he said last week about the search for a head coach.
We're going to make sure that we cast a wide net on that, and at the same time evaluate and interview coaches from a diverse background with diverse experiences and so forth. And I think that will put us in a good position in that.
Okay, yeah, that will put him in a good position right there. So we're going to interview every young guy that we think has the capability of commanding a room. That's what it's got to come down to as well. It's still about commanding a room. Mm-hmm. You need a head coach, especially if it's a young guy. You need a guy who can command the room. Maybe get in somebody's face as well. I got no problem with that. Ime Udoka, I'm just telling you, right? This is what he does.
No, I'm just not surprised you don't have a problem with that, coach.
Well, you know what? It's hard coaching. It's hard coaching.
They needed
it is.
last
There's
year.
nothing wrong with that, brothers, because the guy's got a furrowed brow. He's going to walk up on somebody and say, dude, what are you doing? And it happens to be the coach. I'm okay with that. I am. Now, it's a lot more important if it's Devin Booker who's going to walk up and do that. It's a lot more important that happens. But still, if it's a coach who's got it, I'm okay with that.
It's got to be challenging, which is why you have to think they already know behind the scenes what they're doing with Durant and Beal. Because if you're interviewing a head coach, you need to know if you're interviewing a guy to coach Kevin Durant or not.
Listen, if in fact the reports are true that you're going to hire a young first-time NBA head coach, Kevin Durant is not going to be here.
But they
Bradley
need to know
Beal
that.
is not going to be here.
Yeah.
And they know that already, if you're going to hire that guy.
So that's another complicating factor. The Beal thing is what it is. I mean, I think everybody knows he's not going to be here, right? And you may just be buying him out. But the Durant thing, if you know you're trading him and everybody else knows you're trading him,
right,
that kills some of your leverage.
Yeah, it does. But once again, there are some teams who just need him so badly. It's like he is exactly what we need. Isn't that right, Ime?
Well, not Houston, though. If you heard the reports out of Houston,
of course.
they're set. They're winning titles every year.
You're kidding me.
They're still in the playoffs now, right? Oh, wait.
What, you think we're just going to go ahead and make a deal? You think we have to?
I'd much rather have the 10th pick in the draft than win a championship. All right, when we come back, there's a story out there.
Knock it off.
Looking at the NFL schedule release, and I love this, Wolf. They listed out. Well, we'll get to this in a little bit, I guess, but we're going to get to the ultimate revenge games. We've moved the show sheet around a little bit. When we come back, Jordan Lawler in last night, in for Geraldo Perdomo. So that was his first place on the field where he broke in with the D-backs this year. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Listen, Aria Dental Implant Center, they want everybody to have that smile that they deserve, right? Dr. Joe, I love Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. Man, I've had the All-On-4. I tell you about it all the time. It's a game changer. It is a game changer socially, professionally, and personally. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. You need to go there. Tell them Wolf sent you and get a free consultation today. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a tough night for Diamondbacks pitching in San Francisco as the Snakes fell 10-6 to the Giants at Oracle Park. Starter Brendan Pfaadt allowed 4 runs in just 4 innings, and relievers Juan Murillo and Joe Mantiply allowed 3 runs apiece. The rubber match of the series is this afternoon in the Bay Area. First pitch is at 12:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will try to bounce back from a rough outing against the Los Angeles Dodgers last week. And according to Saints reporter Nick Underhill, the Arizona Cardinals will open their season in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What will the Cardinals schedule look like in its entirety? We'll discuss tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning, heading into the Dbacks Giants game this afternoon from Oracle Park in San Francisco. Wolf, we got to see the season debut of Jordan Lawler last night. We were trying to figure out yesterday where is he going to make his first appearance, and it was at shortstop for Geraldo Perdomo last night.
Yeah.
Which is, it's going to be tough. Anybody he replaces, it's like, oh, really? You're taking Jerry out of the lineup? Oh, you're taking Gino out of the lineup? Oh, you're taking Cattell out of the lineup?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, he kind of looked like a rookie, did he not? He looked like a young guy trying to make his way. I realize it's not his debut based on earnings. We all understand that, yet at the same time, he went 0 for 3, and he did get a walk, and that was kind of cool right there. And then, he went out there and kind of looked like a young guy trying to make his way. Not very impressive at bats. Wasn't great in the field either. A horrific throw over to Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
And, an E6 right there. You know, he looked like a top 5 prospect trying to make his 2025 debut.
Yeah, and it's tough, I get it, to step in against Robbie Ray, the way Robbie Ray has been pitching this season. He's 6-0 for the Giants. He's a former Cy Young winner. But there's not ever going to be like an easy game, for a rookie. Hey, we're going to bring Jordan Lawler in. This pitcher pitches underhand. This team lets you hit off a tee. You know what I mean? It's going to be tough. He's going to have a billion better days than he had yesterday. But
yes.
Yeah, he had an error, and he went 0 for 3. Did have a walk. Corbin Carroll had an error, too. Never good when Corbin Carroll has an error. You kind of feel like, is everything okay in the world?
Yes.
When Corbin Carroll has an error.
Yes.
His first of the season. So look, I mean, that's the start of Jordan Lawler's run here in 2025, and I did not see him in the starting lineup today. They had already posted it, so doesn't mean he won't pinch hit or something today, but he's not in the starting lineup today.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense once again. I think we're going to see him spot start a lot of guys. Maybe it's at third with Eugenio Suarez, of course. Maybe it's going to be at second with Ketel Marte. And then, of course, as we already saw with Geraldo Perdomo, also designated hitter. I think we're also going to see that.
Yeah.
Now, Hicks is a right-hand pitcher. There's no way we're going to see that today. Might pinch hit, as you said. But Jordan Lawler is off, and it was an inauspicious start for the most part, like a lot of guys that are making their 2025 debut.
Yeah, they, there's not a whole lot of room for rookies on this team necessarily. So this goes back to what we were saying yesterday. Like, he obviously pushed his way into this lineup with his strong play at the minor league level. Here's Torey Lovello after the game yesterday.
He's very athletic and strong, and the results weren't there offensively. I know there was an error throw, but he's going to be fine. He's a special player. We just got to get him grounded and let him get a feel for what's going on.
Yeah, he looked a little nervous on that throw as well, and it's amazing because I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the box score, and they have no error for Jordan Lawler. which is
really
odd. Yes, and that really threw me off.
What box score
because
are you
I
looking at?
saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, he definitely has one in the one I'm looking at.
Okay, good. ESPN. I'm looking at their box score.
Unless they tried to pin that on Josh Naylor for not being
very
9 feet
interesting
tall.
right there. Yes, but once again, they do have. They put your glasses on. Okay, that is what the problem. That is unbelievable right there, Basin Audience. Right now, I just thought, how did they miss that? You're kidding me? Airmail Josh Naylor over there. Man, that's brutal. Okay. Man, getting old, Basin Audience, right now, seriously. Even though I am savage, 62 and savage, brothers. It is amazing.
The best thing about the alliteration, too, Wolf, you can be anywhere in your 60s or 70s and be savage because of the alliteration.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I thought that he definitely looked like a guy who knew he was trying to do something. And instead of just going out and playing and letting his natural ability take over, I think he was thinking about a lot of stuff.
Well, this is going to be the challenge for Jordan Lawler. And, to a certain extent, it's this way for any rookie. But Jordan Lawler specifically is breaking in on a team with certainly postseason aspirations. And he's breaking in, and credit to him for learning all these different positions, but he's playing positions. He's got 3 now that he can play, plus DH. But those 3 positions are being manned by pretty consistent contributors for the Diamondbacks. I know Gino isn't consistent average-wise, but he does hit a ton of home runs. He's second on the team in home runs. So anytime he's out, you're like, okay, where's the power coming from? Anytime Perdomo's out, like last night, it's like, oh, you're taking out one of the most consistent players. Anytime Ketel Marte's out for Jordan Lawler, like, he's not stepping in at a position of need where you can kind of be like, hey, anything I do is better than the last guy. Anything he does, he's trying to catch up with one of the bigger names on the team. And as you're seeing today, he's not in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
He's not going to be playing every day. So if I'm Jordan Lawler, I want to go out there and play again today because I want to bounce back from yesterday. So this is going to be a challenge for him. He's going to have to have a rough game and then sit and watch. And then they got tomorrow off. So the soonest he'll play and start is Friday. He's got to kind of sit in that rough start yesterday.
Right. And I don't want to get sidetracked here, but you mentioned Ketel Marte, and it made me think of Ketel Marte in the 8th inning. It made me think of Ketel Marte. It came up to bat, Basin Audience, with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 8th inning, and tapped the ball back to the pitcher for a 1-2-3 double play.
Yeah.
1-2-3 double play. Now, listen, does that happen to everybody? Of course it does. And we all know how we love Ketel Marte. The problem was he was first pitch swinging on that. Now, listen, if you hit a grand slam, would we be talking about this?
I should have waited.
We would not be talking about it. We wouldn't. But in that situation, especially where you had a guy that walked, who actually reached base against the ball, and all of a sudden the bases were loaded.
One out.
Yes. 1 out. Man, would you like to have seen him actually work that a little bit more? I would have. Again, if he would have driven it into the gap or over the wall, nobody'd be talking about it. And at the same time, he swung at the first pitch. And
it was the opposite of a grand slam.
It was the opposite. It was disaster.
That
bothered me.
You have to remember at that point, 1 out. So if you just get the ball in the outfield, you're getting a run. And Corbin Carroll gets to come up next with guys on base. B, it was 7-6 at that point. The Giants didn't have their 10 runs yet. So it's 7-6, top of the 8th. And you're starting to do what the Diamondbacks have done quite a few times this season. You're starting to put together a comeback, and you've got a reliever from the Giants on the ropes.
Yes.
And instead, the Giants get out of that inning without giving up any runs, and then they get 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th, and that's kind of the game.
And, once again, I realize, Basin Audience, if you would have hit over the wall, nobody'd be talking about this. But I do know also that in that situation, I think Torey Lovullo would probably have liked to see him work it a little bit more.
Make that guy throw strikes. Maybe he'll
make
walk
him
in a run.
Exactly right. So, that's the reason why I bring that up, because I know baseball
to ruin my day.
Hardcore baseball people would have liked to have seen him work the count.
Well, who's a hardcore baseball person is Torey Lovullo. So you're right.
But not everybody. Again, what are you going to say if he hits it over the wall? What are you going to say? Oh, can't believe he was first pitch swinging. Are you kidding me?
If you're Ketel Marte, you're allowed to swing first pitch
You
more
are.
so than most guys are. But, man, it's still got to be a pitch
But
you
it's
can
not
drive.
like Ketel also is Ketel Marte yet.
He's not. He had 2 games against the Dodgers where he looked like Ketel
Yes,
Marte, and he was
right.
unstoppable, but they could have used that last night. For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page on arizonasports.com. When we come back, all right, now I'm going to set this up. NFL.com had a list of the top 10 revenge games in the NFL this season because you know the games. We just don't know when they are yet. So they ranked out their top 10 revenge games. No Cardinals games in there, Wolf, but I don't care. When we come back, we're going to do our top 3 revenge games for the Cardinals. We know the opponents. You pick it based on whatever criteria you want. They don't have to have played them last year. It can be years ago, whatever. We know the opponents. So what are the top 3 revenge games for the Cardinals in 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. We used to get it all in one afternoon, but some of the games are already known to the public. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Join me at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th. Write it down, Basinonians, June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat now at retirementonthebrink.com. I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, but I do make an appearance. There's no doubt about it. And in Retirement on the Brink, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Trajan Wealth has helped me so much. Once again, join me June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. And by the way, if you sign up on retirementonthebrink.com, if you go to retirementonthebrink.com, show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink. That's what you're going to get. Trajan Wealth has helped me so much. I'll see you June 10th at 5 p.m. for retirementonthebrink.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we tell you about Sweet James Accident Attorneys for very important reasons. And here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you are hurt in an accident. One of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident, and guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero, nothing, nada. Well, he called Sweet James, and not only did they get him the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win, and that that is a life-changing victory. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can. But in our legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference in the world, and that is why you call Sweet James. They win big, and they treat you with compassion every step of the way. And don't wait to call, because waiting may hurt your case. Remember, you pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000. SweetJames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. The NFL schedule is set to release today, and we're excited about it. Who will the Cardinals be playing and when? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. All right, busy day here at Arizona Sports. Got Dbacks Giants coming up at noon. You got the NFL schedule release coming out at 5. You're getting leaks all over the league right now, so take them for what they're worth. But Adam Schefter saying Chiefs-Cowboys on Thanksgiving. I'm going to go ahead and assume Adam Schefter's right.
Yeah, you know what a game that would be. Thanksgiving Day. Here we go.
You know, for as much as the Chiefs are on, and they played almost every day of the week last year, I don't remember seeing them on Thanksgiving anytime recently. Do you?
No. Now that you bring that up.
Unless I'm just like forgetting a game somewhere in there. I don't know. But that one's going to happen. And it sounds like, at least according to a Saints reporter out there, that the Saints are going to open their season at home against the Cardinals.
I have another game, too.
Okay.
Philadelphia Inquirer Eagles reporter Jeff McClain says that the Eagles will host the Detroit Lions on Sunday, November 16th in a Week 11 matchup between two of the expected powers in the NFC, a source said.
Okay. A November game between those two teams. Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby. Bring it on right there. Especially, I love it, November, December. Football. Put the mouth guard in, bro. Wipe the nose.
The one
because you
sport
got a
that
little
can do
blood right here.
It's the one sport that can pull this off, but they do such a good job. Because could you imagine if Major League Baseball in the middle of winter was like, hey, guess what? May 14th, Rays Blue Jays. Get on board. So we have the list. Everybody can find this list, obviously, of the teams the Cardinals are going to play this season, home and away. So I'm looking at this list right now on NFL.com. It's the top 10 revenge games for this upcoming season. Like, they've got Bears, Lions. They've got Chiefs, Bills, obviously. They've got Eagles, Commanders. Bears, Commanders for obvious reasons. Tyreek Stevenson. But let's come up with your top revenge games for the Cardinals. I came up with 5 off the top of my head, but I'll try and trim it to 3.
Wow. You came up with 5?
Yeah, definitely 5.
Okay, why 5?
Because 5
Because I thought we were going to only do 3.
We are. We're only doing 3.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. So 5 jumped out to you. Okay,
5 jumped out.
You've really intrigued me.
I'm looking for a lot of revenge this season. That's kind of where I am.
Okay, where are you going to start? Number 3? You want to start with number 3 and go up?
Let's go number 3. They're going to host Green Bay.
Okay.
So give me Green Bay as the number 3 revenge game potentially for the Cardinals.
Okay.
And this is still from a few years ago with the turnaround in the end zone. A.J. Green, Rasul Douglas. Yeah, give me that. So I'm still not over that. The moment when the Cardinals went from like first place in their division on a tear to
oh my goodness,
to the point where we started playing that song when we talk about the Packers.
Okay, listen, for me right now, Basinonians, I mean, you got to win your division games, and the L.A. Rams is where I start at number 3. Remember the game they lost, of course, the week 17. Yeah, it was week 17. They lost that game to the Rams 13-9.
Yep.
And Kyler Murray had 2 picks in that game. And remember, Arizona, they drove all the way down to the Rams' 5-yard line in the final minute of the game. And then all of a sudden the Rams went with 0 blitz, brought 0 blitz, everybody coming after Kyler. And Murray's hot read throw deflected off the helmet of Trey McBride. And suddenly it went into the hands of Witherspoon, their corner, and it was over.
Well, to be fair, it hit the ground and then went into his hands. But that's,
well,
that's a catch.
They rolled it as a catch, of course. Anyone else remember that? Because that right there, that left a mark.
Yeah. Yeah, the more I look at the list of opponents, I can find reasons for revenge for a lot of these teams. Not really Jacksonville. Does anybody look for revenge on Jacksonville? All right, so you have the Rams at 3. I have Green Bay at 3. Number 2 on my list, Wolf, and I'll just be honest, when I made my top 5, this team was on there twice.
Yeah.
Is Seattle.
Seattle, that's my number 2 as well.
So if we can only do it
grudge
for one, did you say grunge or grudge?
Grudge. It's a grudge game. That's what we used to call them, basically. This is a grudge game right here. We got a grudge. We got a grudge against you. And it's okay, my young Crunk brothers, to have a grudge against the guy that you're playing against in between the white lines. Outside of the white lines, love him, respect him, treat him better than yourself. Inside the white lines, I got a grudge with you.
I encourage the grudge against the Seahawks inside the white lines. I'll say specifically for the November 24th game from last year, coming out of the bye week, Seahawks win 16-6. Cardinals defense certainly played well enough to win. Kyler, at least off the top of my head, his worst game of the year last year. The pick 6 in a game where there just wasn't a lot of scoring. But, you could also, the reason I had them on there a second time was because of the Week 14 game, honestly.
I'm so glad you said that because I was thinking about it. The reason why I put the Seattle Seahawks number 2, number 1, based on earnings, it's a division rival again. And losing to your division rivals, that sucks buttermilk. Number 2, they lost twice to the Seahawks in a 3-week span. Twice.
That was kind of it.
And, oh, by the way, those 2 games in the 3-week span were out of the bye.
Yeah.
And we all know how out of the bye went for the rest of the season. 2-5 out of the bye after going 6-4 and being in first place in the NFC West. You came out of it 2-5. And this is where it started to me. And you're probably thinking right now, Wolf, if this really, if you're accurate on this and everything you just said, why aren't they number 1?
Yeah, that's. I was just thinking the same thing. People are probably listening, being like, "Dude, why aren't the Seahawks number 1 for both of you?" Because we both have them at 2. I agree with everything you're saying, and that's just from this last year.
Yes.
We could keep going further and further back.
But why are they not number 1?
There's a clear
Luke?
number 1, Wolf. I'm guessing we both have Carolina as the number 1.
Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws. We growl to win this game. We call pro football.
Just stop it. Put the jug down.
That's that song alone is worth the revenge.
Listen, okay, the Carolina Panthers.
Lightning fast, big black cats, Panthers kicking ass.
Okay, stop it.
Hey, that's that guy. Do you want that guy to be happy?
We owe these dudes, do we not, Basinonians? Beat the lowly Carolina Panthers, and your playoff hopes are alive and well. Lose to the Carolina Panthers, and miracles would be needed. And the Cards played their worst game of the season and lost. Remember, though, they came back in the second. It was 36. It was a 36-30 final overtime win for the Carolina Panthers. Think about that.
Yeah.
They came back after just being horrific in the first half, not even showing up to a point where I came in. I was supposed to be off. And I came in that Monday because I had to get it off my chest. I had to.
A couple days before Christmas, December 23rd, Wolf's off. Wolf comes in studio for an hour on his day off because he was so frustrated by that game, which I got to say, I really respected that because I think we all felt that way. Think about this, Wolf. I had Seattle number 2 on my list. I thought you'd have him number 1, or I thought there was a possibility.
Yeah.
The fact that we both had Carolina, and I don't even think it was really close for either one of us.
Grudge.
It's that game. It's the, okay, we're playing Carolina in week 16. That'll be a win. No. It's the fact that they are, 1-6 in their last 7 against the Carolina Panthers now. And you're going back, you're talking about games, you're talking about a playoff game, you're talking about the NFC Championship. That's where this all started. They're 1-7 in their last 8 against the Carolina Panthers. 2 of those years, the Panthers took them completely out of the playoffs. And most of those other years, those were supposed to be wins. You're like, okay, we'll at least get that win against Carolina. And Carolina just keeps screwing them over?
Panthers. Enough of that.
Yeah,
No, we don't need to hear it
Hope
again.
they play them in week 2. All right, we come back over to baseball. Can Erod bounce back from his rough outing against the Dodgers today against the Giants? He doesn't really have much of a choice, does he? He has to bounce back today.
Talk to you.
We'll get you ready for Dbacks Giants with Dbacks on deck. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
2 outs, nobody on, and Bivens home with a 1-2. Ground ball weakly hit to second. That should do it. Goss gloves, throws to first. That's in time, and that is your ball game. Too little, too late for the Diamondbacks. They lose it by a final score of 10-6. It was a home run party for the Giants as they hang 10 on the Diamondbacks.
Dbacks at the Giants. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Yeah, the summer heat is coming right now. You really don't want to move yourself. Don't try to do it. You know, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, man, you know what, I can do this. No, let the professionals actually do it. You want your move to go smoothly, and you don't want it to be stress-filled, right? Well, Moving Team 6, they want to remove that stress from the equation for you. Whether it's a local move, it's long distance, commercial, residential, they are the professionals, and they offer packing services and even have a storage unit and air-conditioned facility right here in Phoenix. Of course, they're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced, and proud supporters of our veterans and first responders. That is what I love about Moving Team 6. The deal isn't done until the move is done. You can trust Moving Team 6 to finish the job and do it right. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Train for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a tough night for Diamondbacks pitching in San Francisco as the Snakes fell 10-6 to the Giants at Oracle Park. Starter Brandon Pfaadt allowed 4 runs in just 4 innings, and relievers Juan Murillo and Joe Mantiply allowed 3 runs apiece. The rubber match of the series is this afternoon in the Bay Area. First pitch is at 12:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will try to bounce back from a rough outing against the Los Angeles Dodgers last week. And according to Saints reporter Nick Underhill, the Arizona Cardinals will open their season in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Dbacks Giants, Game 3 of this 3-game series. So the series wraps up this afternoon, 12:45 from Oracle Park. You can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf, let's begin with the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks, 1-3 with a 6.86 ERA, facing Jordan Hicks, not the former Cardinals linebacker, but the pitcher, who is 1-4 with a 5.82 ERA. So he has struggled this season as well for San Francisco.
You know, once again, too, this is the rubber match, the rubber game of this series right now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Diamondbacks respond to last night's loss. You're 1-1 in this series right now, and I just want to see consistency once again being brought by this team in all the areas that we've already talked about. Starting pitching, the bullpen, of course, and the bullpen I'm giving it a break for the most part. And the reason being is because of all the injuries, just the mess. And not only that, too, but like Joe Mantiply, there's a guy coming into this season that you thought you were going to be able to depend on, Joe Mantiply. And right now, Joe Mantiply is in a mess. He is, and he'd be the first one to tell you that.
It's tough with the bullpen because there are easy reasons to look at that kind of explain some of it, but at the same time, the reality is you have a bullpen that has one of the worst ERAs in baseball, and the other teams down there with the Diamondbacks are not teams that are contending for anything this season. They have to get it fixed. And I don't know that it's as simple as go out and trade for one guy. Like, people look and they just say, oh, go get Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals and you have your closer. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't hurt. But if Justin Martinez is healthy, Justin Martinez was pitching great. He's got a sub-1 ERA. It's just it's the small things. You have a guy come in and pitch in the 6th inning and he's taking a 3-run deficit and making it a 6-run deficit, and then that's a lot harder to come back from, obviously. So yeah, the bullpen has been an issue. Erod's last performance was not great. 6 earned runs in 2 2/3 against the Dodgers. He was the guy that started that game where they were down 8-3, and they came back and led 11-8. They lost 14-11. That was the game on Friday. But Wolf, even before that, 2 starts prior against the Mets, he went 4 innings and gave up 8 earned runs. So he's got a 6.86 ERA, and he's thrown 40 2/3 innings. So that ERA is, that's not over like 5 innings or something. That's over 40 2/3 innings.
Yeah, listen, the last 4 games he's pitched, 4, 8, 3, and 6 earned runs. Okay. And that 3 came at 5 1/3 innings. So once again, he's got to do better. He really does. And right now he has been the weak link so far in that rotation right now after the last 4 starts specifically.
And if you look at his numbers, big picture, 6.86 this year with the Diamondbacks. Last year he only got to make 10 starts. He had a 5.04 ERA, which is better, but it's not great. So he really hasn't gotten into a groove with the Diamondbacks yet. A 6.86 and a 5.04. even with those, lumped in with the rest of his career numbers, his career ERA is a 4.17. He's a much better pitcher his entire career than this, earned run wise. A 3.30 the year before, a 4.05 the year before that. He's got a few sub-4 ERA seasons in there, and none of them, above 4.74. His 2 worst years ERA-wise so far have been his 2 years with the Diamondbacks. Now, it's only 18 starts. There's still time to turn it around, but they need him to do it here at some point.
Right.
Like you said, he's kind of in the league. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Right-handed pitcher Justin Martinez remaining on the 15-day injured list with right shoulder inflammation. A.J. Puck remains on the 60-day injured list with left elbow inflammation. But there is some optimism, different levels of optimism, but optimism nonetheless for each of them. This is Steve Berthume on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
Puck and Martinez, we know what they mean to the bullpen. They're the 2 highest-powered, best relievers they have back there. Missing them both has hurt the team, at times badly. When they come back, and J. Mart's going to throw a live tomorrow, he's very close. Puck, we think, will be back before the All-Star break, hopefully, fingers crossed. So when you get those guys back and they're right, they go right back into the very back end of things, and then you slide everybody down. It just makes your bullpen longer, it makes your bullpen deeper, and you can not worry about those outs in the 6th or 7th inning. Because right now, that's where things are a little shady. If you need a big out in the 7th inning or late in the 6th, who's your guy? Well, it depends on the matchups, and that's where things have slipped away just a bit. But when you get those 2 guys back, they're that good. They go right back to the end of the line and get the 8th and 9th inning.
And you know what's really interesting about this, Basinonians, as well, is just the fact that coming into the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the bullpen was the question mark, wasn't it? It was coming in. It wasn't the rotation. No way in the world was it going to be the rotation. It wasn't even the lineup. This is a team that had led all of Major League Baseball in runs scored last year. It was not the lineup. It was the bullpen, and in particular, it was the back end of the bullpen that was the question mark for this team. And, man, missing both those guys, to Bert's point right there, it really has set this team back.
The optimism that Justin Martinez could potentially be back and be Justin Martinez in, 5-10 days or whatever, that is huge. The idea that A.J. Puck might be back, as he said, maybe right around the All-Star break. Now, that wasn't him like breaking news and saying he's definitely going to be back on this date. But I did just go count exactly how many games we have until the All-Star break, just because I'd like to have A.J. Puck back.
This is what happens, Mason. He's looking into the future.
Well, we got 54 games till the All-Star break, so whenever we can get A.J. Puck back, I'd be on
54 before the All-Star break right there. Well, I'm going to say it's going to be after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just saying, we got to get through 54 more games.
Run him back out there a couple of games before the All-Star break. Oh, okay.
Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Keys to the Game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
Okay, Luke, so I have a key to the game here. When the bases are loaded, don't swing at the first pitch. Okay, that is my key to the game right there. I should say this. When the bases are loaded, if you are going to swing at the first pitch, don't tap out to the pitcher in a 1-2-3 double play. Don't do that.
I'm not going to be able to beat that key
I'm just going to say that right now. That is the key to the game right there. Just don't do it.
I can't top that, but I'll just say this. This is game 16 in a row. This is the end of the 16 games and 16 days stretch. They could really use 6+ strong innings from Erod. I'm not asking him to throw a no-hitter. I'm not asking for a shutout. But if he could get deep into this game and give them a chance to win, as he typically would do, I mean, his career numbers would suggest that's what he does. If he could do that at this point, 16 straight days with a game, I think the bullpen could use that right now going into this game today. All right, time for the standings. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Wolf just losing that game last night. You see how big this series is. If the Diamondbacks had won last night, they'd only be a game back of San Francisco for third in the West. Instead, they are 3 games back of San Francisco. Dodgers are in first at 27-15. Padres 26-15. San Francisco 25-18, Dbacks 22-21. And if you insist, I can give you the Rockies record if you really want to hear it.
No, that's okay.
I'm giving it to you anyway.
I already know.
7-35.
Oh, my goodness. Hang in there, Denver.
All right. When we come back, how are the Diamondbacks going to start stringing together multiple wins? We're going to ask their senior vice president and assistant GM, Amiel Sadeh, is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night, and where he plays in the field. And you know we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third?
Where does he like him better at third?
Where does he project to? So, well, I mean, you say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first.
So good.
And making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement?
If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
Dbacks Giants coming up here in just a little bit from Oracle Park in San Francisco. Dbacks trying to win the series in San Francisco. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line is their Senior Vice President and Assistant GM, Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's a nice surprise seeing your faces.
It's the first time we've done this. You can see firsthand how fired up Wolf is now when you do the when he asks you about the closer. You'll see what he looks like.
That's right. I love it.
Let's just start with this series right here. A split through the first 2 games. You're going out there today with a chance to win this series. I know you don't want to put too much stock in any one game or one series at this point in the year, but it sure feels like San Francisco is going to be a team that you're going to be competing with for a playoff spot because they're not going away. So what are you expecting from your team today in Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when we go out in these games, a lot of times, we come up and we know the importance of these games, especially now that we're starting to play our division. And, I expect our team to come out and respond. I mean, last night wasn't the game that we expected. We took an early lead and then just never really could get going after that. And Robbie locked in and we've seen him do that. But look, I think our team will respond today, and we've seen a lot of good versions of Erod, and I anticipate him coming out and having some success.
So Amiel, 21-20 right now. There's nothing wrong with that after 41 games, but I think we all would agree that we expected a little bit better than that from this team. Why has this team not played up to its potential right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to pinpoint. Look, everybody can focus on injuries, and that's usually where people's minds go. But I think it's more than that. I just don't think we've played clean, consistent baseball throughout the year. And we know what we're capable of doing. We've seen games like that. We're starting to put it all together. I think it's great that we've gone through a really, really tough part of our schedule, and we're looking up like this. But yeah, we have to play better. We have to play more consistent. I think that's really important, and I do think that it's coming. I think we're starting to see these guys, get a feel for, what the division looks like now that we faced the Dodgers and the Giants, and the importance of some of these big games.
Talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, Jordan Lawler made his season debut last night, and I just wanted to get your thoughts, not so much on his performance last night, but what you see as like a potential challenge or challenges for a young player like that trying to break in, but breaking in on a team that is pretty loaded at the positions that he plays. Now he's developed some more versatility. He's obviously a super talented guy, but what are just some of the challenges he has to work through to break in on this team?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's actually the best thing is that not expecting to come in and like the shoulder the load. Like breaking in means like giving Gino a day off, giving Lawler, giving Perdomo a day off, giving Marte a day off. I mean, I think instead of like just walking in and saying, here's the job, and now you have to, you're going to hit in the 2-hole or hit in the 9-hole and replace Perdomo because he's on the IL or something like that. So I think that it's a much softer landing for him. He'll get plenty of days to plenty of at bats and plenty of opportunities. Look, I think some of the challenges with any young player, even though he came up in 2023, like you're trying to you definitely try to put a lot of pressure on yourself. The game is definitely faster and is in AAA. I think defensively we see that a lot with a lot of young infielders, how the game moves a little bit quicker, and it takes them, it may just take them a couple games to get to just get their feet under them and realize I belong up here. I'm gonna impact the game with my legs. I'm gonna impact the game with my defense, and I'm gonna impact the game with my bat. And I don't have to do too much. And so I think that we'll see some of that, as we get a little bit deeper into Lawler's time up here. But yeah, we're excited about him. He's a dynamic player. He's going to be really good in this league and really good for a long time.
Amiel, if you had to pick one area this team would be more consistent in starting now, what area would that be?
Luke, you always hit me with the tough. Wolfie, you always hit me with the tough questions. It's hard because some days you look up and it's our defense, and then other days it's our approach, and then another day it's our pitching. And I think that we just haven't been consistent in all the areas that we need to be. Our offense, they can put up runs very quickly, but then there are nights where you have runners in scoring position, or you load the bases and you only get one run. And then our starting pitching has been really good recently, but there'll be a couple clunkers here and there. And our bullpen is, they've kind of shouldered the load, and they get a lot of the, I think they get a lot of the blame at times. We're obviously pitching down to relievers, and we've put them in a position where we've needed a lot of arms, but they've also come up with huge outs. I think just there's not one that I can necessarily pinpoint. I think we just need to play more consistent as a team across, all 9 innings. And I think every night, even a lot of nights when we're winning games, we can pinpoint 2 or 3 things that we did that might have lost the game for us. And we have to just start cleaning those things up. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit more every day, but there's not one I'll just pinpoint.
Amiel, we appreciate the time as always. Good luck today.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. You too. That's Amiel Sadeh joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line as the Diamondbacks get set to take on the San Francisco Giants today in San Francisco, the final game of this 3-game series. We're going to ask him about Corbin Carroll, but we ran out of time.
Yeah, man, he just nailed it too.
Yeah.
He just said it.
He really kind of hit it.
It really is. There is nothing you can really just point at and say that is where we need to be more consistent. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's the all or nothing that we were talking about.
It does. It feels like they plug a couple holes and then, water springs through somewhere else. And it's, on the one hand, you look at it and you're like, okay, well, it's remarkable that given the schedule they have and the fact that they haven't played consistently, they're still a game above 500. They're still right in it. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, but how does that change now? Because they're gonna have to go on a run here at some point. It doesn't have to be today, or actually, it does have to be this weekend when you're playing Colorado. That should start a run for you when you're playing Colorado right now. But yeah, it's just something has been off, and it does feel like it's something different every few days.
I'd just like to see them pull it all together and just be more consistent rather than one area is playing great and the next thing is not, and then the bullpen crumbles, and then your lineup scores one run. I just want to see them even it out.
Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe they can do that this afternoon. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Dbacks Giants next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know what would be great is a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. You don't need stressful fees from your own checking account. Well, Chime is the answer. No maintenance fees.